Hello, everybody. Welcome to our board meeting. We are already in open session. To start the board meeting tonight, we have a presentation on a community survey. So at the August 2021 regular board meeting, the board approved the development of a community survey by the third-party vendor to gather information about the upcoming referendum in the community. The board used school perceptions to develop and conduct this survey. The survey went through several different drafts as school perceptions worked with the Facility and Finance Committee on the survey. The final survey was approved by the board at their October meeting and was rolled out to the community in mid to late October. The survey window closed on November 22nd. Rob Demuse from School Perceptions is joining us virtually to review the results of this community survey. While Rob is presenting, the board members are down here off the stage so they can see. Board members are welcome to ask any questions they have about this survey with Rob, but I ask you to come to the podium so Rob can see you. You can probably turn around so you can look at Rob. Rob, look at your backside. So, all right, I'll turn it over to you, Rob.
Great, thank you. Audio okay, and is the screen up? Yep. Great. All right, let's hop in. And first, let me just echo what I just heard in saying that I appreciate your willingness to allow me to present virtually tonight. We, at this time of year at School Perceptions, are presenting many results to school boards, just like you. And so I'm skipping around the state tonight, and I admit I speed, but I don't want to speed that bad as I'm going around. So I do appreciate you allowing me to do it in this format. Knowing that my audio and screen sharing is working, I want to hop right in and tell you a little bit briefly, just reviewing who I am, who School Perceptions is, but that's not the point, so I'll skip through this pretty briefly. Like you heard, my name is Rob Demuse. I am a former high school social studies teacher. Once that teacher hat goes on, it never comes off. I wear that proudly, but at the same time, for reasons that I'm still coming to terms with, I went back to grad school and got my PhD in education policy analysis from the University of Wisconsin. When I was at the university, I studied political behavior in school referendums. In other words, why people vote yes, why people vote no, why people change their minds, or why they don't. So that led me into a natural channel into school perceptions, where I kind of have a hand in both sides of the work, meaning our staff, student, parent surveys, and then our community surveys. And speaking of school perceptions, I serve as the research director there now. We just had our 20th birthday. We were founded in 2002, or just entered our 20th year rather. And in those 20 years, our mission has never changed. We help educational leaders such as yourselves do three things, which are to gather, organize, and use data to make strategic decisions. So now in our 20th year, we've conducted more than 10,000 staff, parents, students, and community surveys, all in the name of school improvement. And those 10,000 staff, parents, student, and community surveys have been spread across more than 800 districts who are all doing exactly what you are doing, which is navigating both the strategic planning and/or referendum planning processes. Specific to your survey, let's talk a little bit logistics here. So your survey was conducted in November of this year, so it just wrapped up a couple of weeks ago. Residents within the district were mailed a paper survey. So just as a reminder here of how the survey process actually worked, households were mailed a paper copy of the survey, and then they really had one of two options to complete that survey. They could mark up that survey to their heart's content and send it directly back to us at School Perceptions. And that was purposefully done to remove the district from the process. We didn't want those to go back to you. They went directly back to us in order to ensure respondent confidentiality. Or residents were certainly welcome to take the survey online. How did they get there? There was a 16-character alphanumeric code sprayed on the front that allowed allowed respondents to access the survey online. Once that survey code was used, once the respondents hit finish or submit, that survey code expired so that nobody could take your survey dozens of times and potentially skew your data. So it was a one-shot deal. And as you can see, most of the time people do take the survey online, though we do hear that people certainly appreciate being able to have a paper copy in their hands, and they look at that, they fill out the screen, look at the paper, fill out the screen. But for the most part, people do choose to take it online. As you can see here, your total responses were 973, and ballpark about a quarter of those were done via paper, for a response rate of 22%. Whenever I see a 2 in front of the response rate, I'm pretty thrilled. we feel like we can make strongly predictive results with a response rate that's substantially lower than that. So when you're sitting at 22%, that's pretty darn good. And as we go through here, I'll show you some cross sections based on the demographics of your community. And all in all, I feel good about that. There's good news on this slide. So, who made up that 22%? Who is part of this survey taking group? Want to be a good research director if I didn't spend my free time on the Census Bureau website? I absolutely do. And because I do that, I know that they actually publish yearly results, not just the decennial census, which is really helpful for researchers like myself to compare how the demographics of your community look, especially in terms of age groups here versus who took your survey. So, 1% of your survey takers fell into the 18 to 25 age range. That is very common. 18 to 25-year-olds don't seem to take surveys, and on the flip side of that, they don't really seem to show up and vote. That is the age group that is the least likely to turn out in any given election. That is not a Lodi thing. That is not a Wisconsin thing. That is a nationwide thing. So the fact that you're at 1% for your 18 to 25-year-olds in terms of your survey takers, as compared to 8% of your community, not a resounding endorsement of that age group, but it's very normal. Your 26 to 35 was almost spot on. So 11% of your community falls in that range, 12% of your survey takers fell there. Between 36-year-olds and 55-year-olds, you're a little overrepresented. Your community is about 30% there that falls in these two middle bars, whereas my quick math tells me 58% of your survey takers fell there. That too is pretty normal. Why? Because that age group is prime parenting and prime working age. And obviously, by definition of being most connected to the school community, parents and your staff members are pretty motivated to take the survey. So it's also very common to see a little hump there in the middle and kind of see a bell shape coming to the forefront here. Your 56 to 64 was pretty comparable. 17% of your community falls there, 13% of your survey takers. And then your 65 plus was almost spot on. So that's where our bell shape kind of comes off the rails a little bit and it goes back up. That's really good. So the fact that we are hearing from 65 plus and the fact that it's very similar to the demographics of your community, that's the first place my eye goes when I see this chart is the far right-hand side. Why? Because unlike 18 to 25-year-olds, your 65 plus, they will be there. They will be there to vote. They will be there in every single election. They are the most loyal voters. Again, not a Lodi thing, not a Wisconsin thing. That is a nationwide thing. So obviously we want to know how potential voters are feeling, and your 65 plus is a good chunk of that. And in addition, they're most likely to be the age group that is on a fixed income by nature of being retired. So all in all, do I see representation by your 65 plus? I do. That's great. And about a 90-10 breakdown here. The question asked, is your primary residence in the school district of Lodi? One question I always like to preempt is, why would school perception send this to people that don't live here? Valid question. There's really kind of three answers to that. One, your staff certainly doesn't need to live within the school district boundaries in order to work there. Some staff members certainly commute in, but by nature of having an email address on file, they do get the survey. And same with open enrolled in parents. By nature of having their email address on file, they also get the survey. And if somebody has a second home within the district, but it isn't their primary residence, they're going to have a mailbox, obviously, or a fire number. So they will get the mailbox that way. What is the point of bringing this up? Point is, we're going to strip out this 10% moving forward, and we're only going to focus on the 90%. Why? Because they are the ones that ultimately would control any election within the school district of Lodi. These are the people that can vote there, so that 90% is what we want to focus on. We'll ignore the 10%. In which municipality do you live? I did double check this. Vince and Brent, sounds like it's pretty much kind of on track what you'd see. The city and town of Lodi are kind of dominating in terms of population centers here, but we also have some representation by the town and village of Dane, and then go on down the line, including Rockberry as well. We then asked, are you employed by the school district of Lodi? Here, I'm not at all surprised to see one section of the pie graph vastly overshadowing the other. Because in any given community, most people are not going to be employed by the school district. So the fact that 84% of your survey takers said, nope, I am not employed here, whereas 152 said yes, making it 15%. All in all, that comes to about 50% of your staff took the survey, which is pretty good. We do want to hear their thoughts. They're very influential members of the community. They're going to be stopped at the grocery store, they're going to be stopped at a ball game, they're going to be stopped around town. People are going to stop them when they're talking over the fence and saying, hey, something's going on at school, tell me about it, I know they got this survey, explain this to me. But we absolutely want to know what they think. And then here we asked about parents. So not parents writ large, but specifically parents of a child that's currently attending the school district of Lodi. Here that it's a little bit different in the sense that I want to see 2 hefty pieces of the pie, and I do. Again, parents are very motivated to take a school-based or a school-connected survey, obviously, so it's not surprising to me to see a good chunk of the graph being devoted to your parents. But nevertheless, we also see a good chunk of the pie graph, 40% specifically being non-parents, and that's good. We definitely want to know what they think, and just so you know, about a third of your parents or so responded. And then we asked, do you have children younger than school age? 85% said no, 15% said yes. Then we got into the meat of your survey. So one thing that we'd like to do here, is make this report a one-stop shop for everybody. So everything that's included in your survey is also repeated in this report in the name of transparency. Even if somebody chose not to take the survey, or if somebody would move into the district, open enroll in, or what have you, they would at least be able to see what was on this survey, not only how were the questions asked, but how did the data look. And we find that it's really helpful for you as well as board members. If, a couple of weeks or a couple of months down the road, you're scratching your head and you're saying, what data did we collect, or how did we word that, or what did we say, what didn't we say? You don't have to worry about digging up an old paper copy or worrying that an electronic version is the up-to-date draft. You can just go right here and see it all. So, we talked a little bit about your planning background. We talked about the community members that came together for a couple of nights over this past summer, if memory serves me. I talked a little bit about your financial background, so in other words, the history of your operational referendums, and how things have changed or didn't. Again, I'm going through this a little bit quicker simply because this is word for word what was on your survey. This is not new information here. We talked a little bit about what you were looking to do, and then I asked a funding support question for your operational referendum. This is where we gathered support specifically for that piece. We disclosed what this would cost, so we talked about where your mill rate currently is, and then how your projected mill rates will look in the future, should this operational referendum gain support by survey takers and potential voters as well. Noting what the breakdown would be, the gray being without, and the lighter blue here with an operational referendum tacked on. And then we asked the question, and it said specifically, would you support a $3.85 million operational referendum for each of the next 5 years? We disclosed what the mill rate impact would be, 97 cents below the current level. And then again, purposefully sounding like a broken record here, we have stripped out at 10%, and we're only focusing on the residents of the school district of Lodi. And again, focusing on staff then specifically, a little over 80% of your staff residents said yes, we would support a operational referendum as described in the survey. For your parents who are not staff, 70% said yes. And your non-parents, non-staff, 40% said yes. So a couple things that I want to do and pause here. I always, just like I do for age, I always look at this slide first. Why? Because non-parents, non-staff make up, in any given community, about 75% of that community. Not necessarily a Lodi thing. We find that in communities, that in basically any community that we do a survey, about 75% of your community is going to fall on this slide right here. So that's why I go here first, because most people are included here. So again, 40% say yes, they would support this operational referendum. 45% said no. A natural question that I gave here was, what about these undecided? How do they ultimately lean? I was telling Vince and Brent about this, but I said that what we have found, it's kind of a joke and it's kind of not. People are too nice in the Midwest, and as a Midwesterner, I will attest to this. But about 2/3 of your undecided voters know that they're ultimately going to say no to anything that you would present related to this in a voting booth. But those 2/3 of people also feel like that's rude or that's mean, and they feel like they shouldn't tell you no, so they just choose something safe and say they're undecided. So what does that mean here? Well, if we ballpark some numbers, that means about 5% are going to get roped up towards yes, because about 2/3 are going to fall down towards no, about 1/3 of your undeciders are going to move up towards your green. What does that leave us? At about 45% saying yes to this operational referendum proposed as it is. Now, that's pretty close, obviously. So what I wanted to do is some additional analyses here, focused on the same question. Would you support this operational referendum as it was described in the survey? This chart echoes what I was just saying before, just to kind of get a feel for why this is necessary. Well, we want to weight the support that we just saw on the previous slides in terms of how people are represented proportionally in your community. So again, 75% of any given community are going to be non-parents, non-staff. About 25% of a community are going to be parents of school-age kiddos who are not employed by the school, and about 1% are staff members. So as a former teacher, that certainly doesn't mean that staff members aren't important, or I wouldn't have spent some time before talking about the fact that their voices are influential and important. Nevertheless, staff just aren't a large chunk of any given community. So if we remove that 1% and weight it as people are seen in the community, of those responding definitely yes or probably yes, when we weight these supports, we're at 47.5% for this particular question. When we include our estimation of inclusion of 1/3 of undecided respondents moving towards yes, and rerun these weights, then we're getting to about 52.3%. So as you can see here, if this election were held today, it would be very, 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 very close. It's not until we include the 1/3 of undecided rule that we cross that 50% plus one threshold that you know that you would need to pass a referendum in your community. But some interesting things happen as we move forward here. So then we went into cost-cutting options, and we said, okay, if the community does not support a continuation of our operational referendum, we may need to make some reductions in order to balance our budget. So we went through various options that survey takers could consider, including class sizes, course offerings, curriculum, athletic and co-curricular offerings, technology, and facilities. Each one of those was tested individually, and it went exactly like it does in every community. So people aren't necessarily certain that they want a property tax hike, but they also know that they don't want to cut any of these services. So what you're going to see here, and I do have a survey slide at the end here, so I'm going to go through these a little bit more quickly. But as you kind of take a step back here and look at the graphs as they are presented, as I scroll through here, almost all of the no's are going to dwarf the yes and the no opinion. So what this is telling me is people don't want you to cut cutting teachers and increase class size. People don't want you to cut your college level and career ready courses. People don't necessarily want you to cut your curriculum and textbook update. Don't want you to cut athletic and co-curricular offerings. Don't want you to delay technology updates, and don't want you to reduce the maintenance budget. So where does that leave you? This is my summary slide based on what I just went through. So this brings all of those bar charts together and puts it on one and weights those cost-cutting options in terms of most supportive for cuts to least supportive for cuts. So in other words, if I said yes, I would be willing to cut something, my answer is weighted as a 10. If I say no, don't cut something, my answer is weighted as a 1. So quick math there tells me that 5.5 is the middle. So when we put everybody together, anything above 5.5 is something that a group is leaning towards saying, yes, go ahead and cut that. Anything below 5.5, as a group, people don't want you to cut that. Again, this data is very common. People don't necessarily want their property taxes increased, but they also know they don't want to cut services that are very important to them. And as I take a step back here, none of these numbers on this screen are above 5.5. What I have done, though, is there's an asterisk here on the far right-hand side because I've ordered the support for cost-cutting options from most supported to least supported by non-parents, non-staff. Why? Again, because they're the most numerous people of your community. They represent the largest portion of your community. So the way that I read this is, yes, no matter what group it is, whether it's all residents together, whether it's staff, whether it's parents, whether it's non-parents, non-staff, nobody is really telling us to cut anything, but if we had to, where would we go cut? The most supported cutting options are in reducing athletic and co-curricular offerings and reducing or postponing your curriculum textbook updates. Why do I say that? Because these two numbers here in the group of people that's the highest proportion of your community is getting closest to 5.5, that middle point. So kind of if push came to shove and you had to make cuts, this is kind of where your community is telling you to start. And then to a slightly lesser extent, the maintenance budget, where your community is telling me not to cut things or delaying technology cutting teachers to increase class sizes, and reducing college and career-ready courses. That certainly wasn't the end of your survey. We tested some issues related to facility planning. So again, no difference here in terms of your survey. These are screenshots and rewordings of your actual survey itself. So what did we talk about? We noted that the district hired an outside firm to go through some of your buildings and grounds. We talked about some of the most pressing projects being your building systems, your roofs, your track, your parking lot. And then we presented the same graph with another little level on it. So another little level kind of being this bluish gray kind of up here at the top. And noted that you could begin addressing these projects and keep your mill rate where it is at 1111. So kind of these stacks here, we had where the mill rate would go to if nothing were approved. The next chunk of the mill rate was if an operational referendum would go through and be supported by survey respondents and your voters. And then the last little bit is kind of, well, what could we do in terms of fighting off some more facility projects at the same time without increasing our mill rate over where it is right now, which is 1111. Where did we end up? So when we asked the question, would you support funding that maintains the current mill rate of 1111 to pay for some of the facility projects listed above and focused again on residents? Actually, each suburb was slightly more supportive than what we saw for just the operational referendum piece. So now, staff residents, 83% are saying yes to this question. 71% of your parents are saying yes to this question. And non-parents, non-staff, 53% are saying yes to this question, whereas 30% are saying no. So let's do some of those additional analyses again, just to weight the support as we see people proportionally represented in your community. Of those responding definitely yes or probably yes, now we're hovering at about 58%. When we include the 1/3 of undecided respondents, we're at 63%. So we actually saw more support for your operational and facility together to maintain the 1111 as opposed to just having it alone. Now, important caveat aside, that's not the way that you can do a referendum question. It would still need to be 2 specific questions on a potential ballot, because there's your operational bit to increase your revenue limit, and then your capital referendum. So we tested it in this way for the sake of survey takers being able to understand what's tested of them, but you wouldn't be able to do one question together on a potential ballot. And then finally, we noted that you wanted to plan ahead and address some future facility projects and test these. So these are kind of your outside of your most pressing projects. There were a few other facility things that you could take care of, including some green space work, some work at your PAC, what's going on at the Highway 60 complex, and then a long-term solution for the track area. We noted then what's the difference. So there's an operational referendum question. What is that? And then what is a capital referendum question? So if we did go down the path of each, what exactly would that mean? We wanted to define that for survey takers. And then we asked the question, would you support the district exploring a capital referendum in the next few years to address the other facility projects listed above? And again, what do I mean by other here? It's these, the green space, the PAC, the Highway 60 complex, and the track. So the ones that weren't identified as your most pressing needs. Would you support us exploring a capital referendum coming up in the future to address those? First place I want to go again is the purple bar. Why? Non-parents, non-staff are the biggest heft of your community. They're the largest group proportionally. Right out of the gate, I'm seeing 41% of non-parents, non-staff saying no. And if I include my 2/3 here that are ultimately going to break towards no, that's 16%. So 41% plus 16% brings me well over that majority that would say no to not exploring, but I'm at 57% there. All in all, as my mom would say, I don't think this dog's going to hunt. I don't see this moving forward. I can tell you, Frank, if I were a school district of Lodi taxpayer, I can tell you to explore till the cows come home. That doesn't affect my taxes at all. For the fact that I'm at 57% here that are saying don't even bother exploring these, would tell me that I wouldn't really touch these with a 10-foot pole at this point. These facility projects are not seeing support from your community right now. And then finally, overall satisfaction. So we asked how well are we doing in each of the following areas, the 4 areas being delivering a high quality education, keeping the public informed, managing funds appropriately, and building pride in the community. on a scale of poor to great. So poor was 1, great was 4. So I can't go below 1, can't go above 4. Gotta stick between those two numbers. This slide is helpful. I can kind of dig into these numbers, but really what I like to go to is the next slide, which maintain the same question, but it provides you some comparisons here. So in terms of delivering a high quality education, that was where your survey respondents scored you the highest. 85% agreed that you were doing a good or great job on that metric for a 3.19 average. That puts you at the 69th percentile among comparison schools. So just as a reminder of your percentiles, percentiles are by definition, somebody has to be at the top and somebody has to be at the bottom. And by definition, there is a median, there is a middle to every data set. So if I were at the 50th percentile, by definition, exactly half of schools would be doing better than me, and exactly half of schools would be doing worse than me. Or put another way, you want to get as close as you can to the 99th percentile, because that would mean that you are doing better than almost every other school out there. So 1 bad, 99 the best. Here, you're at the 69th percentile in terms of how your survey takers perceive you delivering a high quality education. So you're doing better than 2/3 of other schools in your comparison group. Keeping the public informed, you're kind of close, just a hair lower. You're at the 63rd percentile, or you're doing better than 63% of other schools. And you're building pride in the community a little closer to the median at the 57th percentile there. The one that stands out, and it does stand out because it is substantially lower than the other metrics, is managing funds appropriately. The way your survey takers evaluate you there puts you at the 25th percentile among your comparison schools. In other words, your survey takers lead you to have data that you are doing worse than 75% of other schools and better than 25% of other schools. Overall then, your average, this is kind of a variation of that net promoter score. It said on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely would you be to recommend the district to a friend or family member? Your overall average was a 7.31. 7.31 for a percentile right at the 2/3 mark. So you're doing better than 66% or 2/3 of other schools based on the score that your respondents aggregated together gave you at 7.31. In other words, the way I like to think about this, if I could pull this data out of my screen and pretend it was a 3D structure, I would want it to fall over because I want it to be top heavy. And that's exactly what I see here. Your 27% plus 13 plus 20, that's well over majority. That's 60% that are giving you an 8 or better. So that's really good news. 2/5 of your community or 2/5 of your survey respondents are giving you the highest scores that they can at a 9 or a 10. And I'm seeing very little red, maroon, and so on down here at the bottom. So that's great. All in all, what I'm seeing is satisfaction for the school district of Lodi. There's a little hump here at neutral, happens in every single one. Why? To be honest, we don't give people a cop-out here on purpose. We want them to lean towards one of the polls. But if people truly don't know how to answer this question, they oftentimes choose neutral because it feels the safest. It doesn't put them at one end or the other. So I have never seen this slide without a little bit of an elongation in the middle because people just will choose neutral if they don't know. In summary then, what did we learn? The Board of Education could consider pursuing an April referendum because survey data tells us that the operational referendum, as it was described on its own, remains too close to call. That was very tight. However, support does increase if the mill rate can be maintained at that 1111 level, and some of those facility projects are roped in. What were those facility projects? Those were the building systems, the roof, the track, and the parking lot. So all in all here, yes, this would be too close to call, but if I were your choose, I would let the voters make that ultimate decision, especially because on some of those metrics you are leaning a little bit over the majority here. Other facility projects tested in the survey were not well supported at this time. Those facility projects being the green spaces, the PAC, the Highway 60 complex, and the track. Lastly then, this really is the feel-good data. I mean, this is kind of the bread and butter, the meat and potatoes, whatever kind of metaphor you want here. I haven't eaten dinner yet, if that's not obvious. Overall, respondents are satisfied with the district. That's great news. I only have two thumbs, but both of them are up because this is exactly where you want to be, especially in terms of delivering a high quality education and keeping the public informed. And you saw that your overall satisfaction puts you better than 2/3 of other districts out there. So, it's really a tough battle to communicate around a referendum if people are very, very mad at you. That really doesn't seem to be the case here in what I'm seeing. Your satisfaction metrics are in pretty good shape. So, let me pause, take a drink of water, and see what questions you have.
So Rob, so one of the questions I had, and one of the board members just brought up as well, is you mentioned that, these operating referendum and the maintenance referendum were asked as two separate questions, right? The question, I guess, is could they be put together as a operational referendum that includes, ongoing maintenance for every year, where it's not a debt question? Because you had kind of stated that you have to be two, but in that way, it could be one question, correct?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct there. If you were to decide to pursue some of your facility projects without taking on debt and rather do it by increasing your revenue cap, you absolutely could do it through one question. It only needs to be two if you were to bond for it. So yes, 100% agree. You're right on track there. Yep.
Anybody else? Any other board members have a question? You must have knocked it out of the park, Rob.
Based on how much water I'm drinking.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate it. And good luck on your other presentations tonight.
Take care. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
There are no testing. You can hear me. There are no taking positive steps of service awards tonight. So then we move on to public input. Purpose of citizen input agenda items for the public to provide comments on any agenda item or to publicly address the Board of Education on items that pertain to school business. The amount of time allotted to each speaker will generally not exceed 5 minutes per person to allow all people who wish to speak an opportunity to be heard. However, the president may modify the time limits at his or her discretion. If the speaker has a question for the board to be duly noted, responses will be provided in an appropriate manner. But the board cannot respond to individual questions or individual comments as part of public input agenda item. As an additional reminder, the board cannot take action on any item that is brought forth during the public input session or on any item that was not posted on the meeting agenda. Citizen input is an important part of the board meeting agenda, and the board appreciates hearing from the community on issues concerning them or our school district. So we have new microphones tonight. They should be nice and loud. And then I have a list of people who would like to speak. And so as I call your name, could you come to either the left or the right side? And then I'll call the second person who can get ready to do right after, go to the other mic. Does that make sense? So test cars first. If you want to come to one of the mic, and then Janelle Anderson, you want to get ready on the other mic?
Hello. Thank you. Lodi has professional, this works very well, doesn't it? Diligent and caring teachers, principals, administrators, staff, and school board. I'm concerned that these hardworking individuals have been impeded in doing their jobs and that we can no longer expect to get best value from our education tax dollars if we don't change course. Our teachers educate, guide, and support our kids each day. At night, they grade papers, respond to emails, and plan lessons. They're systemically undervalued and underpaid for this hard work. I myself love kids, learning and teaching, and the idea of 3 months off every year. But looking at their undervaluation, I chose to take my talents elsewhere to a law career. This choice was logical but not heroic. Teachers are heroes doing their best for our kids and by extension our community and our democracy, which requires an educated electorate. They don't ask for luxurious paychecks in return, and we take this uneven arrangement for granted. Now, however, a few of us parents are handing our teachers a burden that's just too great to work in fear and negativity. Lessons that have been taught for decades are now suspect, although my children confirm Lodi teachers are not teaching, for example, that white people are automatically racist. Additionally, new teacher challenges like mask enforcement approaches are being criticized, coming and going. Teachers' workplace environment is now shadowed by intimidation and censure. I myself have worked in toxic environments, and I didn't stay in those jobs long. Why would a talented teacher who's contented themselves with a lower than appropriate salary just because they love to teach stay in a job that no longer brings them joy? They won't. Our brightest, most inspirational teachers will move to more hospitable school districts, get advanced degrees and become college professors, get better paid and better treated jobs in the private sector, or retire early. They're not beholden to us. We're beholden to them. We've historically undervalued them, and now we're actually driving them away to our own harm. If the most talented teachers with the most attractive prospects disappear from Lodi's toxic district, those that fill their places will be the ones who couldn't get a good job elsewhere. Consider the impact this will have on our children's education, our community, and our tax dollar efficiency. And that's just the teachers. Our district has been dealing with constant open records requests, which tie up our technical and other staff by preventing them from doing their normal jobs. Our taxes are being spent on red tape manufactured by just a few individuals. Our district board and administrators have been threatened with everything from meritless lawsuits to replacement. Of course, our administrators pre-confirm the legality of their actions and carry malpractice insurance anyway. But the nonsensical, theatrical fear-mongering takes a toll on the board and administration. These public servants don't make a ton of money. They do this because they want to add value to our community. The least we can do is recognize their contribution and treat them accordingly. If they go, our community will be impoverished. If you think that's not true, remember this board's well-reasoned and medically supported health and safety policies have kept our schools open and our kids in person. That's the opposite of impoverished. That is quality, high-value educational leadership. That is tax money efficiently and effectively spent. But most of us do think it's true. Lodians understand that public education lifts us all, makes democracy possible, and requires our support. A small number of us have been hit by unfortunate propaganda campaign fed and funded by political manipulators who are attempting to turn public education into a battleground by disseminating vague, alarming falsehoods and manufacturing baseless fears. The relatively few Lodians are being encouraged to spread alarm, and the rest of us are so used to public education knocking it out of the park that we usually don't feel the need to speak up and spread support. We'd rather just go along taking our lucky situation for granted and shaking our heads at the bullying our educators are currently enduring. But we must make clear that these impotent legal threats and hostile attacks are not representative of the Lodi community. We love you, educators, and we appreciate you. Thank you for what you do, and please stay. I know I sounded judgmental when I referred to a politically motivated propaganda campaign, and I do judge it. This alarmist campaign does not have any of our best interests at heart. It is manufacturing narratives about sinister, power-hungry educators to get us citizens to attack those educators. This is because certain social and political leaders do not benefit from an educated citizenry. I would like to distinguish those propagandists, however, from everyone in this room and on this call who I believe is good-hearted and well-motivated. If you're advocating for your kids' educational experience and you're speaking from your heart, I appreciate that, and I'm doing the exact same thing. But treating educators like the enemy is a mistake that harms our kids, our community, and our country, and will only worsen when we start to lose the best talent. It is also a colossal waste of our tax dollars. Let's move our advocacy into more positive, constructive involvement. Thank you.
Ann Groves, Lloyd, you're next. Great, thank you. So Janelle Anderson.
Hello. I want to applaud Tess for the comments that she made. I think the first thing I want to say is that most people in our community, and Rob really, his data reinforced it, really support our schools. They support the work that's being done. And I think it's really hard sometimes when people are on social media to remember that. Even I forget that sometimes. It feels really low. I think these last few months have been really hard for a lot of us to see and hear some things that we have considered to be really discrediting and cruel said from behind screens. So I'm always sort of saying, like, stop going on these accounts on Facebook, like get off of them, because they really are just promoting and like feeding back to the algorithm a thing that's not really true, which is that people in our town think things are wrong with our schools. Most people in our community know that the teachers in our schools are incredible. They work really hard. They take care of your kids. I just think about you hand off your children to these teachers every day, and you trust them. And so we need to remember that they are trustworthy. I'm really appreciative for the work that my former colleagues, that the people are doing in this school. And like Tess said, we need to keep them. Even if we can hire new teachers into our community, many of them will leave unless we make it a great place to live and to teach. And we know it's a great place to live. I stayed living here after I was done teaching here because it's a great place to live, and I sort of enjoyed telling people in Middleton, oh no, Lodi, we have running water, right? Like, people sometimes forget that Lodi is out there, and it's this hidden gem. And we need to make it a place that we're really, really proud of. And that doesn't mean that we don't listen to concerns of other people, but we need to stop feeding into this negativity machine that is really dissuading people, like our school board and members of our school board, from running, and dissuading people from staying in the field. So thank you for persisting, as always. The other thing I really want to say is just two things quickly. First of all, whenever I hear people saying, I heard something was happening at the middle school, or I heard this thing was happening in a classroom, it just sends this like automatic eye roll that happens in my brain. I can't stop it because it happens so much to teachers. People often say these kinds of things. People presume that they know what's happening in your classroom. They presume that they know what you're teaching when they don't. And sometimes the thing that your kid comes home to tell you that a teacher said was not something a teacher said at all. It might have been something a student misunderstood, which has happened to me many times. It was something maybe that another student said in class that a teacher had to sort of disrupt or work to sort of correct in the classroom. And so that's why adults talking to each other is really important. That's why before going onto social media and making all kinds of claims or statements, that it's really important that adult to adult, you ask the question, because the teacher can almost always clarify. And you might also roll your eyes and go, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. And so trusting in teachers so that you go to them and ask them, and then when they explain it to you so that you accept that, is really important, and it's maybe sort of a lost piece in this Facebook world that we are experiencing. And so I just really want to call on people to do that as well. And the last thing I want to do is I want to just say that I am not a fan of saying that we don't teach critical race theory or that we don't teach equity or that we don't teach these things. We absolutely do. Most teachers, however, didn't know those words until a few months ago. But it's the vitamin C in the good work we do to create equitable spaces for kids. And so I will not say we don't teach critical race theory. What we teach is underlined and sort of supported by these theoretical frameworks that help us do better, so that we no longer teach about the Founding Fathers without also acknowledging the harm that was done by the slavery that they promoted, right? We're not saying Thomas Jefferson is a bad guy, but to not say that other thing is not complete or accurate. And so I just want to call out to teachers who are teaching great things, doing hard work in this moment, that I thank you. And for the kids out there who are feeling afraid and feeling worried, just know that there are lots of adults in this community who love you and love your schools. So thank you.
And then Ann, before you go, Patty Herman, you're up next. So Ann Crowe-Floyd.
Thank you. Ann Grove-Lloyd, City of Lodi resident. First, I want to thank the members of the school board and the faculty and staff of our school district for keeping our kids safe, continuing to educate our most precious resource, our children. I sleep very well at night knowing how much you do and how much you care, and I want you to know that I trust you to do what is right for our kids. Secondly, I want to encourage you and the people in this room to continue to teach our children about issues that may not impact them here in Lodi, but that they must know about in order to be successful in the world beyond our valley. We live in a very white community, something I hope is changing as people discover the quality of life and education they can enjoy here in Lodi. But most of our children don't remain here. They work or continue their education both near and far from our valley, and they must navigate cultures and communities that are far more diverse than the one they grew up in. Teaching about difference is essential. Our children cannot leave here ignorant of other races, cultures, sexual orientations, faiths, customs, etc. They must have an appreciation for the richness and joy that comes from working with and being friends with people who don't look or talk like them, or view the world through the same lens they do. The world we are handing our children is facing monumental challenges, and the solutions will only be as good as the diverse group of folks whose voices are included in developing them. Sustainable solutions to incredibly complex problems rely on engaging myriad opinions, life experiences, expertises, etc. And if our children are going to be leading us in the years to come, it is essential that they are taught about the complex history of our country, the good and the bad, and work to make us better than we are today. In order to have a vision of who we want to be, we must have a grasp on where we have been and what the current reality is like, not just here in Lodi, but throughout our nation and the world. I thank you for navigating these difficult lessons and conversations during a very challenging time for our community and our nation. And finally, I once again ask all of you to consider running for some local office. If you want to bring about change, then I want to encourage you to register as a candidate, circulate your nomination papers, and get on the ballot for the spring election. We need people to run for the city's common council, town and village boards, the county board, and the school board. As I previously mentioned, all voices need to be around the table as we serve our communities and try to make them better places for all of us to live and thrive. And finally, I want to echo what Janelle said. I'd like to launch a campaign. We all know the bystander, see something, say something saying. I would like to implore everyone here, friends, neighbors, family, if you hear something, please ask someone. So much of the negativity and the misinformation can be corrected with a simple phone call. All of our emails and phone numbers are available on our municipal websites. It doesn't take long to simply pick up the phone and get the correct information. Let's stop the disinformation that is dividing our community, please. I ask you to just pick up the phone, call or email one of us, and get the correct information so we can stop all the assumptions that are happening. Thank you so much.
Before Patty goes, Allison Rowe, can you get ready to go?
Adam, may I jump in quick?
Yeah.
We just need to make sure that all of our presenters keep their face covering on. We've asked that at every board meeting, so we just need to make sure we do that again. Thank you.
Go ahead, Patty.
My name's Patty Herman. I live in the city of Lodi, and actually, what you're going to hear from me is going to repeat some of what you just heard from Ann. But since I don't have time to rewrite this, I'm just going to deliver it as it is and apologize for anything that's repetitive. But as I came into the room, and again, as I just look around now, I see mostly faces that look similar to mine. And that's what our youth see as they go out and about in our Lodi community. But as Ann said, most of them aren't going to stay in our Lodi community. They're going to go out into the bigger world, where they're going to see and interact with people of many colors, many races, many ethnicities, many differences than they're seeing here. So we have some choices. While they're still living and interacting here in Lodi, we can choose to isolate them from what the bigger world looks like and not engage them in thoughtful conversations about our society, including both the positive and negative aspects of our society. Or we can respect that while their young brains, their young teen brains, are still busily developing. They do, in fact, have the ability to learn about the history of our country, including our history of racism, and they have the ability to thoughtfully discuss what that history means for what our society looks like today. We can respect our youth's ability to hear difficult ideas and engage in reasoned discussions of those ideas, discussions that might even challenge their own conception of who they are in society. We trust that when they are given an unbiased explanation, they'll understand the difference between equity and equality and what that means for them and what it means for others. I think it's safe to say most of us in this room have a common goal, and that is protecting and promoting the well-being of our youth. We can work toward that goal by helping prepare them for the bigger world into which they're going to be launched in a few years, or we can send them out into the world ill-equipped to be the thoughtful, contributing young adults that we know they can be. We know they have that potential. So let's make the right choice. Let's give them the best education now, help them prepare for the society that they're going to go into, and protect them and our country's future as well. Thank you very much.
And then, before Allison goes, Heather Barron, can you get ready to come up? And then now we have Allison Rowe.
Good evening. I have 3 children here in the district, and as it's the holiday season, I always reflect on the past year, and I really wish to express some appreciation this evening. I'd first like to thank all of our teachers for navigating virtual learning. This could not be understated what an undertaking this was. And thank you also for helping our children to readjust to in-person school this fall. I had one of these kiddos that really needed some extra support, and I absolutely received that from my child's teacher, principal, and guidance counselor. So thank you so much for that readjustment support. Recently, my son's teacher tested positive for COVID, and I'm so thankful that he was not infected and had to miss no school because of the universal masking that was in place. So I'd also like to thank everyone who learns and works inside our school buildings for wearing a mask each day and providing that extra protection for everyone. I'd also like to thank the board for supporting universal masking this fall as well. My children are so much healthier and happier now that they're back in school. They've never once come home and talked about masking. They only talk excitedly about their friends and what they've learned for the day. So I'd like to also thank our district leaders for partnering with health systems to offer the vaccine clinics in November and December, as soon as it was authorized for our children. For parents like me who've been waiting for this protection, it meant so much to have that extra support, and thank you for arranging that. Thank you also to our district leaders for operating a drive-through testing site at the high school. Our family has needed this several times and really appreciate having this locally. Thank you to the board for appointing a medical advisory committee of experts who can help guide us through the many twists and turns of this pandemic. Thank you to the board members who actively seek out data and evidence to help guide decision-making. And thank you for your willingness to revisit decisions as new information emerges or conditions change. Thank you to the board members for listening to hours of public input each month and probably wading through hundreds of emails. There are many more things I'd like to offer, but my time is limited. I want to share these examples for the benefit of our community as well. Because if you spend most of your time on social media, you will think that there's nothing going right in Lodi, and that is simply not true, as others have stated. We have a wonderful community, an outstanding school district, and that's the reason why many families choose to live here. But this constant negativity and the airing of grievances on social media has really taken a toll on our community. People say it's affecting their mental health and how they feel about living in Lodi, and that concerns me. We want our children to be critical thinkers, but we as adults also have to model critical thinking. So I want to offer a couple reminders for us as adults. Just because somebody says something or posts something doesn't make it true. If it doesn't add up, you can reject it and you can move on, and not everything is worthy of your response. Remember that information people share is filtered through their own lens, and consider that lens and that agenda before you endorse it. And be careful of what you endorse, because key facts can be missing. If a news source does not quote or include both sides of a story, that is likely not objective journalism, and it's more likely to be partisan propaganda. Be wary of claims using the word shame or bullying. These are highly charged terms that are intended to emotionally manipulate. Above all, my plea is this: please do not allow other people's political agendas or personal vendettas against the district to change how you see your community and how you see your child's education. There is so much good here. Please remember how lucky we are to live here. We have so much of what other people do not. There is so much good to build on. We have such a strong foundation to build and improve. So if you are tired of the negativity, I implore you to remove yourself from it. Disengage with this type of rhetoric on social media. Consider not giving your audience to this type of energy anymore, and redirect it to positive change. Real and positive change happens when we stop taking the easy way out and ranting on social media, but really show up and roll up our sleeves and be part of the solution. I've reached out directly to the principals, to teachers, and to offer constructive suggestions rather than just to complain. And I found them to be very responsive. So no doubt it's been a tough time for everyone, but we've all persevered through this year, and better days are ahead. I just want everybody to take care of themselves and take care of each other, and practice what we preach to our children with kindness and respect. And hopefully the new year will bring a new, more positive path together. Thank you.
And then before Heather goes, Bill Welch, could you get ready to go on the other mic?
He's
And
not present.
Okay,
Not present.
all right, and then Mindy Allen's on phone, so we'll switch to that next. So go ahead, Heather there.
My name is Heather Barron, and my family and I live in the city of Lodi. My husband Mark and I attended the Lodi School District, and we've had 2 daughters go through the district and have 2 sons currently in the district. We've always tried to raise our children as critical thinkers, and I would hope that is the goal of any school district that has ever been. Critical thinking not only encourages us to actually use our brains, but it can get others thinking outside the box as well after hearing different points of view or just subjects that might not have ever been considered. Again, I don't really see any negative effects of critical thinking, and in fact, I'm pretty sure the school is trying to encourage that, so they think, by introducing critical race theory. From my understanding, it supposedly encourages people to think from other points of view as far as race or background of others. Although that is how critical race theory is sold, once you really think it through and be a critical thinker, it's not that at all. It's actually causing more division in our schools and encouraging people to judge people only on their race or color, whether that be black, Mexican, Asian, white, or any other race. The reason I'm bringing this up is based more on the school trying to tell us that they believe in equality, bringing everyone to the same level and inclusion. But that is really, really hard for me to believe that right now. Not only by teaching the equity program or the critical race theory or any other name that you'd like to sugarcoat it as, you are showing us the exact opposite of equality and inclusion by the way our school is handling COVID. I don't need an expert to tell me that the vaccination is not what they said it would be. I have known several vaccinated people that have had COVID since being vaccinated. I also know that both vaccinated and non-vaccinated are still spreading COVID. So why are there separate rules for each? Why are we quarantining non-vaccinated while we know for a fact, and not because the experts told us, but because we are seeing it with our own eyes and we are witnessing it firsthand that everyone is spreading it. So you're trying to tell me that you believe in equality, but yet you're separating people based on their medical history. At this point, I'm concerned. I feel like if the experts told you that red shirts can keep COVID away, you'd make a red shirt mandate. We also have learned, again, not because the expert need us to tell us this, although there have been experts telling us this, but we've been ignoring those experts, that masks are not working. Surprise, surprise, COVID is still in our schools. I know, it's a real shocker, but yes, it's still here. Just like it's still going to be here for a while, just like the flu, strep throat, the cold, pneumonia, etc. And yes, some people get it worse than others, unfortunately. Just like some people react to medications differently, foods, environments, all differently. Again, I know this firsthand, and I don't need someone to tell me that. It's that crazy concept of critical thinking. Masks need to go away, not just for the obvious reasons of they don't work, they cause anxiety, speech delays, breathing problems, skin problems, and just the fact that humans like interaction, and those interactions include facial expressions. I'm saying masks need to go away because of what is happening in our schools. This mask shaming that the district is forcing teachers and staff to do to these kids is unbelievable, and you should really be ashamed of yourselves. It's getting insane, and no matter what your reasons might be, it's really looking like a power trip, and it's just getting plain weird. Teachers need to focus on what they're there for, teaching and being there for our students. What a waste of their time to be watching and writing kids' names down on a list for not wearing masks properly. Really? Come on, this has gotten so out of hand. Majority of these kids are not wearing masks anywhere else besides school. It's time to give it up. Seriously, again, let's use our critical thinking and realize that it's time to be done with the mask rule. Masks should be optional, and if people feel better with them, by all means wear them. I've asked this several times and still have no answer to this question. What is the end game to COVID? It's been almost 2 years. In that time, we have learned a lot about it. One major thing I have learned is that common sense is telling me that life is way more important than COVID. Life is not all about COVID. Remember the days when you had board meetings and you didn't have to talk about medical experts, quarantining, vaccinations? You have the power to get back to voting on things that have to do with our school district. Things like making sure our teachers are happy, making sure the children are getting everything that they need from this district, making sure the community is involved and knowledgeable about what is happening in the district. COVID is here to stay. It's time to accept that, and let's move on. Stop the quarantine for something that is not a threat to a vast majority of our children. And if you're still into the quarantining to make yourselves feel better, then at least make it equal for all. And please, please, I'm begging you to please be a good example to our youth and be critical thinkers. If something doesn't make sense, like 90% of the COVID rules, please think about that and just don't go with things that you know deep down are not right. I know that I want my kids to do things and make decisions that they know make sense and has good reasoning behind it. I don't want them to just say okay if something doesn't make sense. I would hope that is what you want for our students at Lodi School District. So please be a good example of that. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Mindy, you ready? Okay, so the next up is Monica Simpson. If you could get ready at a mic while Mindy's on the line here. Just Mindy's on the phone. Monica's supposed to be in front. Yeah, so just.
Mindy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
All right. This is Vince Roddick. You are here for citizen input. Go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Mindy Allen, and I am the parent of 2 boys, both of whom are in middle school. Jacob's in 7th grade, Noah's in 6th grade. I do appreciate the school board taking the time right now to listen to my concerns. So I'm upset at the way the current not masked properly list is being compiled at the middle school. I believe the original purpose of the new policy starting in late November was to help reduce the number of kids that would need to quarantine if they were in close contact with another student. So basically, if you're on the list and you are around someone, then you do have to quarantine, and if you're not on the list, then you're okay to stay in school. The list is supposed to be kept private and for the sole purpose to determine quarantine status and what that would mean for the proper quarantine procedure for the school, the student, and their family. I'm trying to figure out when the list went from a private kind of health possible safety issue to a shame list, which is what I'm going to be calling it. I want to start off by stating that I am not here to argue for or against the current masking policy. My concern is the way the policy to create a possible quarantine list is being handled at the middle school. I cannot speak to the other schools in our district, only what I have learned about for the discipline procedure at the middle school itself. I have reached out to our district and middle school administrators and have not received adequate answers or solutions. I have asked why, when the new policy went into place, the punishment started so abruptly with no warning and no written policy. The students were shown a 4-minute video that discussed the new quarantine policy, but did not say that there would be severe consequences handed out immediately without warning. My next question was then why some kids are being given lunch detention for being on the list without any prior offenses or warnings. Some kids are being told that they'll have to stay separate from their classmates, and many are being singled out by being pulled from an active class to be told that they've been added to the shame list. Other students are using this knowledge to tease and bully those kids, and many even laugh during class at a student who has been told to pull up their mask or is threatened that they will be added to the list. This behavior is completely unacceptable and is not being addressed. In addition, parents are not being informed when their kids are being added to the shame list, only being informed after a punishment like a detention has been given. There is also no instruction given on how a child can be taken off the list. They do not know if they stay on the list for the rest of the school year or if there is a way to be removed from it. The debate here is clearly not whether or not children should be wearing masks in school. The policy is in place for now, and we all know that eventually this will no longer be an issue. But until then, our kids should be treated with understanding and kindness and be given a positive place in which to attend school. The issue is children should not be shamed for being human and making mistakes. Kids are learning along with the rest of us how to deal with all of this in an ever-changing world. They should not feel bullied by other kids if they make a mistake. They should not be called nosers or chin strappers, and they certainly shouldn't feel shamed by their school district. When I contacted the middle school administration about my concerns, I was told that they are handling the improper mask wearing as something similar to a dress code. I understand the approach of this being a dress code, but if a young student has a bra strap showing, they don't make her feel ashamed or embarrassed. They help her fix it and understand why the exception is in place for school. That's how it should be in this situation as well. We as adults make mistakes wearing masks, so how can we fault our children for simply doing some of the same things we're doing, whether intentional or not, especially when we as adults are not 100% perfect 100% of the time. I understand the need for a policy being treated similar to a dress code, but it has to be clearly written and understood by all students, staff, and parents. It should be followed closely and consistently across the board so that no child feels like they're being singled out from other students. That does not make the kids feel safe coming to staff and teachers if they feel like the people that are there to protect them are only going to pick on them or let other students pick on them without any reprimand. There is currently no written discipline policy in place in the middle school. From my own personal experience, I can tell you that my son Jacob was given a lunch detention on one of the very first day of the new policies without warning. He came home that day very confused and now says he feels worthless at school. He doesn't feel like a valued student currently. After talking with other students and parents, I found out that this has been a more and more common occurrence in the middle school in the past week. So I decided to speak out against it and find a safe and positive solution. I am currently a very frustrated parent who has 2 kids that see only some kids are being added to the shame list, when in reality we know almost every student at some point throughout the school day is not masking properly. What I would like to see is twofold. First, there needs to be a positive method in which the masking policy can be enforced. I understand the need for lists for quarantine purposes only. However, have that list be kept confidential and alongside that create a counterpart in a praise list. Giving out praise and positive reinforcements puts less stress on teachers, makes them more approachable if students have an issue, and sends positive messages to our kids instead of the constant belittling. Sending out an email to staff to tell them to use a positive narration is a step, but there is no follow-up to see if or even how this is being done. Second, if the school does encounter habitual and purposeful offenders, then a written system needs to be recorded with all staff, parents, students, and teachers. With no written system currently in place, each student is treated differently, which leads to inconsistent punishments and confusion. It is not fair to our teachers to expect them to know how to deal with all the new quarantine list system without written explanations and procedures that are understood by all. I don't believe they were given enough training or instructions on how to proceed. If neither of these options are addressed, then I believe we need to revoke the current policy that creates this quarantine list and just assume that at some point a student has worn their mask improperly and will quarantine in the case of a close contact. Thank you again for hearing out this very frustrated and confused middle school parent.
Thanks,
Thank you. And then Teresa Valencia could get ready after Monica Simpson.
Hi there. Thank you for considering rolling back masking for specific athletic activities. They're so important for school spirit, as you know. I would implore you to continue baby steps throughout the student body. Low contact, distanceable activities such as forensics or the spelling bee. Students who shine at these aren't always the same as those in athletics, but deserve the same freedom to unmask during their competitive events. Facial expression is so important for forensic speaking pieces. In the spelling bee, briefly removing the mask to spell a word when mistakes are not allowed and pronunciation can be stunted by the mask would pose less risk than multiple athletic competitions. You mentioned that theater rapid testing for the one weekend took a lot of resources, but if you saw both productions, I mean, they were amazing, but they were two different productions. And I think theater performances are worthy of our resources. I urge you to branch out to these other activities which reach more and more students. At some point, hopefully this will extend to the entire student body. While athletics definitely unite Lodi and extracurriculars add to school spirit, not every kid is a joiner. Not every kid is involved, and it is not very inclusive to consider exceptions for activities for your active kids and leave out the ones who don't have or desire a role. Please keep momentum going, finding places where our kids can breathe freely. I know you're considering safety, you're considering liability, but I want to assure you that the vast majority of parents here and in the district are allowing playdates unmasked, sleepovers, and dinner parties no matter what they say on Facebook. They were before the vaccine, and they are after. I was appalled and really judgmental to find this when I moved up from Madison last year. But I apologize for that. The kids here are so much more mentally healthy for doing so. If you don't have younger kids or kids in the district, you must be aware of the unmitigated happiness at these social events. So again, please take baby steps towards rolling back some of these restrictions. And then I just want to speak to some of the equity stuff because I am the daughter of two public school teachers, and how I support them here is that I discipline my kids if there's any word on their behavior in schools. I support those teachers. I support fundraising. I limit my children's device time. I don't just hand them a phone so that they are mentally healthier. And so I'm creating good students for those teachers. If I question curriculum, I question things, it's not that I don't support you, these are my kids, I'm a stakeholder. So we're told to ask in person, but when we do ask in person, sometimes we're seen as a bigot or we don't support teachers. That's not it at all. These are our children, we love them. Everyone on both sides loves their kids. I would be interested in an updated slideshow on the equity initiative, because it was a really comprehensive thing, but I know like some months have passed. And let's see, I guess the only thing is like, one thing that does concern me with some of the equity stuff is there have been police at meetings because of what happens in other districts. I get that. But some of us concerned about equity have seemed like the district in Virginia, where a bathroom policy did result in the sexual assault. There was a national news story closer to home at East High School in Madison. There was a huge uptick in violence and sexual assault. And it has been linked to them removing policemen from the schools because of equity-guided policies from the school board. So while we might not be there, we're concerned about the extremes on that side too. We love our children, and that's why we're here. If we have to ask questions or bring our concerns, it doesn't mean we don't support you. That's all I have. Thank you.
So while Teresa Valencia is going to go, then Abby Klepper, could you get ready on the other mic? Go ahead, Teresa.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I was here a couple months ago and was very emotional, so I just wanted to come back and be a little more calm and be able to get everything that I've kind of processed since that last meeting. Thank you all for being here. I just sit here, every time I'm here, I think about, I don't know how you can sit up there and listen to this all the time. I can't even imagine, so thank you, I appreciate it. I teach at Madison Area Technical College. My oldest daughter is a first grade teacher in another school district, and so I'm around a lot of diversity all the time. Even though Lodi doesn't have a lot, I do experience a lot of diversity. And at Madison College in Dane County, there's a mask mandate. My students weld in masks, they machine in masks, they do wiring in masks, they fluid power, mechanisms, metallurgy, whatever it is we're doing, we all do it in masks. I'm not even able to have my finals this week face-to-face because I have so many students out that had COVID from Thanksgiving and hunting. And it really disrupts the class, and it's very, very challenging to them. My only goal is to keep my kids in school, all of our kids in school. My son's mental health, and I heard a lot of people talk about their children's mental health when they were home, and some of their mental health from wearing a mask. So I understand having children with mental health issues caused from these things. But my kids need to be in school. And the only way I see that happening is by continuing with the mask wearing. I think it really helps. I know it really helps a lot. I see it in our classrooms at school all the time. My daughter, who teaches first grade, she said the kids never complain about wearing their masks, and they're always very kind to each other, so I really appreciate the mom that was calling about shaming the kids. They're always very kind, and if their mask is coming down, they'll say, oh, your mask is coming down off your nose, you gotta move it up a little bit. They're very kind to each other about it. They take care of each other about it, which I think is really nice, and I think our kids could do the same. I understand mask wearing is not comfortable, and I totally understand with speech, a lot of things. My daughter wears a clear mask, sometimes she wears a shield, sometimes she spaces 6 feet away from the kids to not wear the mask. There's a lot of ways that these can be addressed without having to worry about spreading the virus to each other. The only other thing, after the last meeting, I was really thinking a lot. I know so many of the people in this town, and I know so many of the people have welcomed my children into their home, and I've welcomed their children into my home. So to hear them talk about not wanting some of these things taught in our school, it was painful to me to hear it, but then I also, given some time to process it, like we all want the same thing. You know, I rushed up in the morning and rushed to work and worked all day and rushed to my son's basketball game and found someone to take my kids home and rushed here to come to this meeting because my kids' education is important to me. We all do that. We're just rushing. If we all work together and row this boat in the same direction instead of everybody rowing in a different direction, we could all get what we want from this. And when I see my son's friends and their parents, no matter what they're saying about not wanting to teach equity, inclusion, diversity, not even wanting to hear the words or talk about it, they're teaching it at home because those kids are learning it somewhere because they're good kids. My son's friends are good kids. And some of their parents are here. I've had conversations with other parents. And teaching these things, accepting people doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens at home. Not all parents are able to do it, not all parents want to do it. But a lot of the people who are here who are maybe not accepting of it at school are doing it anyways. So, I mean, it'd be no different how I would teach the students I have at school as to how I would teach my kids at home to live in a diverse society. Thank you.
Andy, before you start for a second, this light that you guys turned on, that's got to go off, sorry. Whatever that light was, it's still on though. It's bluish, yeah, it's shining right at us. That might be the projector light though. It was brighter, now it's dimmer, thank you. Okay, while Abby's going to go, Jack Tetzel, could you get ready? So go ahead, Abby.
Hi, Abby Klepper, Town of Lodi resident, parent of 2 high school students. This is off my script, but I really love that metaphor of everybody working to row the boat in the same direction. Members of the school board, I registered to comment tonight simply to express my gratitude for your effort to provide leadership and make painful decisions in these unprecedented times. We moved to the area 10 years ago and chose our location largely based on the school district and have not been disappointed. I wish to show support and community spirit during a time when our society is facing many challenges to our unity. Thank you again. Thanks also to the administrators, teachers who give it their all every day. Over the last 10 years, I've been continuously amazed at the quality and breadth of offering to our students. Thank you to all our teachers and staff who continue to bring your talents and enthusiasm to your job every day. And that's it.
And then after Jack is Heidi Ruhu. If you can get ready. Go ahead, Jack.
Recently I've heard Department of Public Instruction scoring for the Lodi School District several times. They give us a exceeding expectations grade, and I want to talk about what appears to be the dishonesty of the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, or at least it appears to me, in their report cards for Wisconsin school districts. For 2019, 1/2 of Lodi School District students were academically below grade level. That is according to DPI data from test scores. It is the measurement showing how well Lodi students are able to read, write, and do math. This isn't misinformation. This comes from DPI and the test. For 2021, DPI revised their scoring system to use district report cards, and they lowered their standards. Again, that is an absolute fact. For 2021, 2/3 of all students in the state were below grade level in academic abilities, but the DPI reporting system gave 95% of school districts a grade of meeting or exceeding expectations. Parents and communities believe schools are teaching kids to read, write, and do math. And parents assume that when DPI says our school district is exceeding expectations, that students actually know how to read, write, and do math, at least at their grade level. But that's not true. DPI scores school districts in a very deceptive manner, where actual academic achievement accounts for only 16% of the district score. If you search long enough on the DPI website, you will find the testing results for your school students. Lodi data was also reported in November of 26 edition of the Lodi Enterprise. I wish the article had explained that students that score at basic or below basic on the state standards test are classified as being academically below grade level. For 2021, DPI test data showed 61% of Lodi students below academic grade level in English language arts, and 67% are below grade level in math. Nearly 2/3 of Lodi students can't read, write, or do math at their grade level. For that level of failure in academic achievements, the district, I think, should get an F. Yet DPI says Lodi is exceeding expectations. Whose expectations? Is that of Madison or is that of Lodi? Now, these are facts, and that's why I'm here, because I think the academics are suffering at a time when we're going in equity and social emotional learning. The kids need to know how to learn. They need to know how to read, write, do math. They don't need teachers being forced to be psychologists, counselors. You need to let teachers teach the basics. Thank you.
And then while Heidi's going, Sarah Kayeski, could you get ready? So go ahead, Heidi.
Hi guys, I'm Heidi LaHue, so I'll speak a little loud to wake everybody up there. First, before I start, I will tell you nothing I say will ever express the amount of gratitude both myself and my family have for every teacher at the school district. My daughter loves their teachers so much she calls them mom. I think she likes them more than me most of the time. So make it very clear, teachers, staff, administrators, school board, we love you no matter what we say. So then I'll continue on. So my name is Heidi LaHue. I'm always grateful to be here and to share my thoughts with the school board, all the faculty and staff that are here, as well as parents that are in the audience or maybe watching live online. Tonight I first want to address the board, if I may. Recently I was lucky enough to attend a Zoom meeting. Vince was on the meeting, as well as the medical advisory board. I'm not sure if parents even knew that it was an option. The first part of the meeting was closed, but at the end portion I was able to hear some awesome dialogue between all parties. We weren't allowed to participate in the meeting, of course, but listening to them was extremely helpful in getting information regarding our COVID precautions firsthand. And this is what I took away. The most glaring observation for me was that we have enlisted a group of very like-minded thinkers to run the panel. It's very similar to the board, actually. Every person on that panel thinks exactly the same. I'm not sure how we are ever going to continue to work through COVID if not one person is adding a different, valuable dialogue and conversations where decisions are made for our children. In that meeting, I also heard several times that we're listening to the community, and when I really let that sit in, I didn't feel like it was the truth. We are listening to some of our community. My voice is not represented on that committee, and it is very muted here at times in these board meetings as well. So, I would like to make some recommendations. In order to represent our community as a whole, I recommend you add positions to the panel or replace current medical doctors with those of varying viewpoints. Not all doctors agree with the panel that was assembled, and many who speak for parents like me would be willing to step in with their information as well. In addition, I'd like to see our children's mental health represented on the panel. Enlisting the voice of a counselor or a child psychologist would be extremely helpful and beneficial, as so many of our children are suffering in silence. If we really wanted to round out the panel, we'd be looking for long-term solutions to the health of our children so that they are well-positioned to take on a virus that isn't going away anytime soon. Speaking with a nutritionist and implementing healthy eating and lifestyle habits would go a long way. Again, COVID is not going anywhere, and we aren't looking for long-term solutions. I think this would be a wonderful place to start. Next, I'd like to address the parents and our community. As a parent, I feel our voice is our greatest tool. After all, we see and hear things that the board, faculty, and staff just are not privy to. I've spoken to many who, like me, believe that we need to remove masks in our schools. But where are you? You have the same voice I do, and many are probably much more well-prepared with facts and examples than I am. I challenge you all to use your voice in a respectful way, to stand up for our kids, to be a part of the change we'd like to see in our schools. It may not be mask specifically, but whatever it is, let's stand up and be heard together. Show up to these meetings. Gather your information firsthand and fight for what is best for your family. Let me ask a favor of you. Imagine for a second you're a kindergarten teacher. Now, it takes a special sort of somebody, so this is going to be a stretch for many of us. But say you're teaching a group of 5-year-olds how to read, how to pronounce letters, how to learn to put words together. My guess you didn't imagine doing that with a mask on your face. Children learn these skills by watching facial movements and cues. I cannot begin to wrap my head around how we are asking our teachers to teach this way. Now imagine you're teaching a group of young adults. Many who might be struggling with pressure, fitting in, and all the things that come with being this age. Can you see emotion on their faces? Can you tell when they're upset or they're happy? The mask is quite the barrier between our teachers and our students, and my guess, many students are struggling through the day with weights on their shoulders that could have been lifted if somebody just noticed. I cannot imagine being a teacher right now. These are skills nobody signed up for. At the end of the day, we're asking our children to do things that we are not authentically doing in our own lives. We do not live in a place where masks are required anywhere except here in our schools. You can enter any city building, shopping, restaurants, grocery stores, sports programs, outside of the schools, any of it. None of our children are masked. They play with their friends as soon as the bell rings, unmasked. They gather in movie theaters, they cram in cars, go on vacations, host family events, all unmasked. So why for 1 second do we believe that COVID only exists in our schools? If other schools are holding class successfully without them, so can we. Over the course of the next month, I'm requesting the board to take appropriate steps to ensure all voices are heard as we look to make the next step to move forward without masks. I'd like to see diversity of thought on the panel we're taking advice from. I'd like to see that same diversity of thought be represented here in the board as well. Again, thank you so much for your time. And I'm looking forward to helping this community, all the voices of the community being heard. Thank you.
Yeah. And then, as Sarah's going, Chad Walter, could you get ready to go? Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, I'm Sarah Kieski. I am actually a mental health professional, so I could speak to that a little bit. But the thing that I wanted to talk about tonight, and I don't really have my words all formalized in a speech, but is the idea that, you know, as human beings, we are emotional creatures with a brain. We're not thinking beings with feelings, and I think we get it wrong. And I think that means we have to understand that we are all operating from our emotional responses. And the reality is both sides, if you want to say sides, because that's kind of what's happened, we've divided, both sides are afraid. We're just afraid of different things and seem to think that we have the answer. And what I would like to suggest is maybe there's much more of a murky middle than there is this like decisive side that is right or wrong. I think that takes critical thinking. I think that takes emotional maturity. I think that takes the ability to hold two contradictory or conflicting thoughts or feelings together at once, called ambivalence. This is what our community, this is what our world needs more of, is this ability to like expand beyond some simple rhetoric that we might hear on a TV news station. We need to be able to see the value of other people even if they have a different point of view. And so I think about this, my best example right now about ambivalence is the idea of cell phones. I have young children that right now want cell phones desperately because they want to fit in. They want to be part of the society that has, you know, the TikToks and the connections through the Snapchats and all that. I'm afraid, they're afraid, right? They're afraid to be left out. I'm afraid of the impact of that on them. And so the murky middle is not that easy, right? And so the murky middle is, well, what do we do? Do I say, no, you can't have them because I'm afraid? Because I didn't grow up with cell phones. I don't really know. We don't have enough data, really, to say exactly what the impact is going to be. I'm going to have to make my best guess. And that's what I'm trying to do with them, and give them some guidance and some critical thinking skills and some emotional maturity of how to tolerate some of the frustrations that they're going to feel when they see that they're not going to be invited on maybe the next slumber party. But I'm also going to be careful about doing that only when they're emotionally capable of something like that. And they're not right now. So I have to make that discernment, and it's not that simple. And I think we just have to be able to all elevate our emotional maturity, our critical thinking, our ability to have this awareness of the murky middle instead of picking sides and dividing, because that will not help our world. That will not help us navigate these new hard challenges that we've never seen before. And I think we're going to do better if, as we said, we try to row together going forward, recognizing that nobody exactly knows everything yet, but everybody can come to the table, share their thoughts, and opinions, and then we're going to do the best that we can with good intentions rather than villainizing the other side. Thanks.
Chad Walter, town Lodi taxpayer, father of one in the district, one will be starting next year. I hate to sound like a broken record, but you know, the last time I was here, I talked about my displeasure with some of the board's spending in the past. Now I just got my tax bill. 18% increase. 18%. And now you want to ask for more money on top of it. So, I think you guys really need to reevaluate some of your spending practices, and that's as far as I'll get into that. Second thing, masks. Me personally, I'm done with them. I want to see them go. People that want the vaccine got it. People that don't want it aren't going to get it. People want to wear masks, let them wear it. If they don't want to wear a mask, don't wear it. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. But last year, you guys it was too dangerous to go to school, but it wasn't dangerous enough to play sports. Now, you're talking about letting students not wear masks in sports, but they have to wear them in schools. It's not right. I don't even care which way you go. Make them all wear a mask, make none of them wear a mask. It needs to be universal. In the school, that should be the priority. If it's not safe enough to go without a mask in school, then they should be wearing them in sports. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's all for public input. We will move on to the next agenda item, but I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay. 5 minutes enough? And it's 8, let's say it's 8:10, so let's say 8:15 we'll come back and re-adjourn. took my phone with me. It's like, where'd my phone go? $8:15. Yeah, you should have your mic on, yes. Because you're going to give comment and speak, so a little green light will be on. All right. It is 8:15, we are back. Next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda items. Consent agenda items in this section will be adopted as a group unless the board member requests a specific item to be removed from consent agenda and addressed separately. We have the approval of the minutes from the November 8th meeting. We have vouchers, checks, credit cards for November. We have fundraiser requests for the Tree Plenish Lodi High School Environmental Club. And then we have a fundraiser request for Little Caesar sales for girls soccer. There are no fundraiser reports. There are no field trip requests. Committee recommendation for approval. We have the middle school head forensics coach position change. And then under other, we have a summary of the fall sports and early graduation requests. Under resignations and retirements, we have under retirements, elementary school education assistant, 2 of them, 7th grade language arts teacher. Under resignations, we have the middle school track coach, softball assistant coach, elementary school OSC and music, middle school music and choir teacher, and the primary school education assistant. Under co-curricular, we have high school assistant girls basketball coach, a head golf coach and then 2 assistants, a head baseball coach and 1 assistant, a head softball coach and 2 assistants and a volunteer, high school track coach head and then 4 assistants, and then for middle school track we have 4 assistants. We also have a first year mentor and a middle school yearbook advisor. And under personnel other, we have leave without pay requests. There are 6 of those.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the approval of Katie Tarasinski for primary school special education assistant and approval of the early graduation class.
And second. Motion by Angie, second by Bill. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That's the step. Oh. So we have 2 abstaining. Okay. Passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 0. School report card information.
Yeah, so the Department of Public Instruction is required by state statute to generate school and district report cards. Dr. Carls has shared a video overview of the school district and Lodi report cards for the 2021 school year. Dr. Carls is going to give us a brief summary of the report cards and taking questions the board may have regarding our district report cards.
And then before you go for board members, you have it in your docs if you want to watch on screen because we're not going to be able to see. It's under, yeah, scroll down.
The video is on there, so.
Well, it says the presentation is there also. Under, for us to see.
Yeah, leave it up. So. Testing? All right. Hello, Lodi community. My name is Nick Carls, and I am a director with the School District of Lodi. I am also a father of children in the district, and I'm a proud Lodi graduate. Tonight I plan to give you a brief breakdown or overview of the Department of Public Instruction's state district and school report cards, as the 2020-21 report cards were recently released, and they've recently gone through some visual design changes. But I'll do this disclaimer every year. Our students and my own children are more than an assessment data point, and our amazing educators and principals support them in meaningful ways each day that will never show up on these state reports. So I asked us to keep that in mind as we move forward. As a reminder, the Department of Public Instruction is required by state statute to generate school and district report cards. The report cards are intended to help schools and districts use performance data to celebrate success and improve their efforts to prepare students for their futures. Many of the parameters or structures of the report cards are put in place due to statute or legislative guidance. To work through this overview, we're going to leverage the School District of Lodi 2020-2021 District Report Card. You'll find that much of what we highlight can then also be applied to the individual school report cards. These report cards can be found on the district webpage or by using the link provided in Board Docs. So the first slide showcases the front page of the district report card, and let's dive in and take a look at each section on the front page starting at the top. Please. So at the top of the page, you'll see general school or district, depending on the report card you're looking at information. You'll see the grades the school or district being referenced for the report card serves, the enrollment, we're looking at the top left corner here, percent of students that are served through open enrollment, meaning they live outside of the school district attendance zone, but select to attend school in the school district of Lodi. You see a chart highlighting the various student or demographic groups being served in the school or districts. You see that just below that previous section that I was mentioning. You also see the percentage of students within the school or district who are identified with a disability, economically disadvantaged, or as English language learners. Next section, please. The next section is the score summary section, and each school or district receives an overall numerical score, and this score for the district is just a tick up from where it was with the last school report card that the district received. The score is calculated by combining the weighted average of priority area scores that we'll talk about in a little bit. The overall accountability score places a school or district in one of 5 rating categories. And again, this is language that is outlined in statute. So the rating categories range from a significantly exceeds expectations or fails to meet expectations. There's also a star rating, so you can see on there there's a 4-star rating for the school district of Lodi, and that goes up to 5 stars. So this school year, again, the school district fell into the exceeds expectations range. I want to note that the high school, it fell into the significantly exceeds expectations range, so kudos to the high school, and that was the first time that they had fallen into that range, and the other schools in the district fell into the needs expectations range. And I know that Mr. Jelnick in his board report later will highlight kind of how our high school falls into realm within other high schools in the region. So, as I just noted, the summary score is based on the weighted average of 4 priority area scores. We say weighted average because statute indicates there must be a mechanism on the report cards that adjusts the weight of achievement or growth sections depending on the percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged in the district. So in short, the higher the economically disadvantaged percentage in your district, then there's an increased weight put on growth. Okay? Now that's not necessarily the case in the school district of Lodi. We have a relatively smaller population of economically disadvantaged students. Therefore, you're going to see more weight for the school district of Lodi placed on achievement. Again, another mechanism placed in statute. So the last section that we're going to highlight is the priority score area of the school district or the school and district report cards. And each part of this section is calculated based on data from multiple years with more weight being placed on recent scores. So the 4 areas are achievement, growth, target group outcomes, and on track for graduation. So with achievement, that first section in the upper left there, you can see the overall score the district or school was awarded in this area, and then just to the right of that little circle, what you can see is how the district or school compared in that area to state average. And so you can see that purple bar moving across where it says 64.7. So that's the school district of Lodi's aggregate score with data over multiple years compared to the gray line below it, which is the state average. So you see that above the state average. So for instance, you can see the district outperform the state in both English language arts and mathematics achievement in that aggregate look. And and this is reference, when I say data for multiple years, it's also multiple assessments. So it's the ACT that our students take in 11th grade, and then the Aspire assessment the students take in 9th grade and 10th grade. It's the Ford exam that students take in grades 3 through 8. These are all state assessments, and also our dynamic learning maps assessment that some of our students with disabilities take as well. So there's a lot of data points to look at. And just a note about achievement. Oftentimes there's some misconceptions around achievement. For example, let's say percentage of students who hit a specific benchmark. And just remember that assessment companies and entities sometimes change benchmarks. So I remember being a teacher 10 years ago where about 70% of students in my classroom were considered proficient on the state exam. And for those of you that are educators in the room, you remember it was called the WKCE at that time, and you also remember what I'm talking about, where the next year that same cohort of students took the state assessment again and was down to about 35% were proficient on the state exam. So what happened? Did they not have access to me as a teacher anymore, so all of a sudden they lost some of their skills? No, I'm not that good. That's not what happened. The state and the assessment system, they changed that benchmark. And so we knew where our students were at as teachers, right? But we have to take that into consideration. And I'm thankful for the state for setting that rigorous benchmark that we're constantly working to meet and achieve, and our teachers are working to meet and achieve. I appreciate also things like the ACT exam, which we've had pretty consistent over the years, and it was also not just a state assessment, but a national assessment. So we can look at how are we compared to other schools in the state on the ACT. How do we compare to the state average, of which traditionally we've been above the state average? How do we compare to the national average, which we've traditionally been above the national average? So that's a great data point to look at as well. The next section, growth here. So growth is the same as achievement, and then you can see the overall score and then how the school district of Lodi students grew on these assessments when compared to the state average. Target group outcomes, bottom left. According to the Department of Public Instruction, the Closing the Gaps priority area of the report card has been replaced by the target group outcomes priority area to make the measure more reliable, inclusive, and actionable for schools and districts. So target group outcomes, it focuses on students roughly in the bottom quartile of 25%. So in a given year, they'll take a look at that population. They want to see, okay, how is that population doing? And then you're going to see that it doesn't compare to a state average there because that's specific to any district, right? But what it allows you to do is look at that population, look at that section of the chart and say, okay, next year as a district, are we improving outcomes for students who fall into that category, which typically houses some of our more vulnerable student populations. And the final priority area is called On Track to Graduation. This area attempts to highlight how successfully students are achieving educational milestones that predict later success. The school district of Lodi has much to celebrate, but this category also highlights a need for growth in the area of elementary literacy. If you look at that 3rd grade reading section and 8th grade math, so chronic absenteeism, that's a high score, that's good, above the state average. Graduation rate, that's good. 3rd grade literacy, 8th grade math, those are 2 data points that we're looking to improve. Our internal assessment systems highlighted that. Last year, we started working on that. If you've been following the board reports, you know we've been doing a lot of things with building really strong foundational components at the primary school when it comes to literacy. We've got a great principal for that, and Amy Fosslinger over there, who's a former literacy coach herself. And then when you think about middle school math, our principal, Derek Pertzborn, was considered one of the best math teachers in the state. For other districts, try to have him come over and coach their teachers. We've got a great person there to help with our math as well. So this is our school report card, some celebrations, also some things to work on.
Does anybody have any questions for Nick? Sorry, does anybody have any questions? So this is the third time I've heard you cover all of this stuff, and it was very well done each time, right? You hit each piece in each part, So the public input part is over, I'm sorry. Right, but it's now the board's time. You can contact Nick at any time and ask him questions on that time. He's more than happy to talk to you. Okay, so nobody has any questions for Nick. We'll move on to COVID mitigation discussion.
Yeah, so thanks, Nick, again for that comprehensive review of the school report card. COVID mitigation, as was mentioned earlier in our meeting, the Medical Advisory Committee met on November 30th to discuss our current recommendations regarding COVID-19 in the district. The data since their last meeting shows that community transmission continues to be very high in the boundaries of the district within Columbia County. The numbers are continuing to increase, and there are concerns about the holiday season may result in increasing numbers. There's been very little COVID transmission in the district, and the change in quarantine guidelines that were put in place last month has been successful so far with no additional transmissions here at school. And the current district data indicated that many of the household and out-of-school contacts are currently driving our exclusion and quarantine numbers versus school-related contacts. A lot of times kids get quarantined, but it's because of contacts that have happened outside of school. Many of the recommendations of the committee remains the same. Everyone who's eligible should get a vaccine. They still recommend universal face covering, physical distancing, testing, excluding quarantining of close contacts, again with the exception, as I mentioned earlier. Changes they recommended was piloting the following: doing away with the quadrants at recess at primary school and elementary OSC, allowing athletes to remove masks while actively competing as long as athletes are willing to fully and properly mask at all times. Again, the committee feeling that they're prioritizing academics, right, for protecting kids in the classroom. That needs to be our number one priority. Athletics have more choice activity, and that's a chance to take a step, right, in that direction. So, just like anything else with COVID, the committee talks about they're not planning on ripping everything off like a Band-Aid. It's layers, like step by step. So these are some steps that they've taken. These changes, the ones I just mentioned, have been implemented because the board's motion to the administration is to follow the recommendations of this committee until I hear otherwise. So the full report is, report is in your board docs. And I'm going to take any questions that you have.
So I thought it was great public input to get a psychologist on that board, and so couldn't we look into getting a psychologist on that board? That would be amazing.
Yeah, it's a conversation we can have. Absolutely.
Okay.
I had a question or a comment. I think it's a concern of both me and a lot of students that with the quarantine rules, with being vaccinated or unvaccinated, for students who don't choose to be vaccinated, that they have to quarantine if they're a close contact, because it is well known that people who are vaccinated still can contract and spread COVID. So I just think was brought up earlier about kind of equality in our district, and I believe that our school is very, very high in that. We really try to be inclusive to all people's races, sexualities, anything like that. It's a really progressive school in that way, but I do think that with that aspect of it, students who decide, or their families decide that they don't want to be vaccinated, I don't think they should be kind of in a way discriminated against by quarantining, because we're saying constantly, let's keep our kids in school, that's what's most important, but those kids who aren't vaccinated and are close contact are being taken away from that opportunity compared to those who are vaccinated.
Yeah, that's a great question. I know the Medical Advisory Committee has talked about that, And in looking at the medical research and what, if you look on the Department of Health and Human Services website, it will really show that the difference in risk between vaccinated and unvaccinated. The amount of transmission that happens between unvaccinated people compared to vaccinated people is significant. Again, talking to the doctors, that is what they would share. And that is why that recommendation is there from not only them, but from CDC and from DHS, is that there is a differentiation between the amount of transmission that happens between people, and especially kids who are vaccinated. The 12 to 17-year-old age group has responded very well to vaccines, and their immune system has done very well. And they've seen significant difference in transmission rates. And that's what's driven that recommendation from, again, people that are a lot smarter than I am, and who study this, and as I said, it comes from the DHS and CDC. And again, they know it's not, as we talked about, it's not a zero-sum game. You can't get it to zero risk, ever. So it's like trying to balance where's the acceptable risk to keep students in school, to make sure we're not having transmission at school. And that's where that comes from, the committee of doctors who are dealing with it on a daily basis.
I think it would be interesting too, like within our school, how we have testing available for everybody. And students, in order like to, if they're exposed, they're required to give like whether they're vaccinated or not, if they're going to be quarantined. I think it'd be interesting to compare numbers of students who have tested positive, like comparing numbers of students that are vaccinated and unvaccinated who have contracted COVID, comparing numbers in our school, just seeing downright, is this happening? Even if it's happening globally, what's happening in our school and what's happening with our students, because that's who it's affecting.
We should have that data.
Yeah, we'll have to look it up, and we have to go back and pull that, and we can pull that data.
We should have that data.
Yeah.
Something we could actually do. Thank you.
Given that we have taken steps to allow our athletes to remove their masks during competition, I think that's a great, are you pointing at your microphone?
There you go.
I think that's a great stride that we took. Once again, I'm just going to throw it out there. I'd like to make a motion that we allow the district office to be mask optional and allow our board meetings to be mask optional while there's adults here. And if I can get a second on that, if we could just have discussion, I would really appreciate it.
It's not something I can second, I'm sorry.
Can we have discussion without a second?
I can't hear you.
Can we have discussion without a second then? To find out what you're thinking.
I mean, we can set the rules aside and have an open discussion about that, sure. Usually you have to have a second to have a discussion, but we often set that rule aside, so we can discuss that.
We can. I'd like to know where I'm off on that and what you guys are thinking as to why you can't second that. If they're adults and they have the option to be vaccinated and they're in their offices and we're at these meetings and we're spread out and we as adults have the option to be vaccinated, I may be missing something. You may have a very valid reason that I'm not seeing.
So one of the things I would bring up is that we do have students at the district office. We have a transition program in the back. So 4 days a week. So I mean, I guess if I would say if you're going to make a motion, I would say it has to be when there's no students around. Like, so if you're asking for board meetings to be that way, or when there's not students in the building, but 4 days a week, we do have our transition program kiddos in the building in the back, so they're in and out, and they interact a lot with our staff, which is a good thing, because that's what we want. We teach them how to interact. That's one of the teaching tools of being there, is teaching our kids how to interact appropriately with adults. When an adult says hi, our staff will say, and the kid will just keep walking, right? And they'll be like, no. Like, that's not how we're going to, when we go to work, that's not what you do. So that may be something to think about.
Sure. The thing I would say is, now is not the time to do that. Maybe after January into February, that might be a time to look at that, because of Omicron and the the transmission rate in the state is so high and around other states around us, it's just really very, very high right now. And then with this new variant coming in, which spreads 4 times faster than Delta, I mean, the problem still is Delta right now, but the new one is going to overtake it. And it seems to have more favorable outcomes, but that data is still coming in and is not solid yet. And so I would say maybe, but not until like February, that would be the time to discuss it. That's mine.
In my opinion, it's also that it's too early. We need to see where we go. And if the kids are wearing masks, I don't see why the district office would have to be different.
I can't hear you.
I said, I don't see why the district office would have to be different. It should be on.
It is on, but you gotta.
Oh, I don't see why the district office would have to be different.
You can set it right here.
Okay, that just gives me some clarity.
I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything or not.
No, mine was going to be the same comment that we have students in the district office because of the transition program who are not adults.
Okay. Next thing on the list is the facility master planning.
Yeah, so again, at the August board meeting, the board approved having C.G. Schmidt complete a facility master plan to help us determine needs for the upcoming referendum. This plan is an assessment of our facility and maintenance needs. Justin Johnson is here from C.G. Schmidt to share a summary of the facility master plan. I'd ask the board again, maybe you guys want to step down off the stage. And Jason, can you drop the screen again? Thank you. It might be easier to watch if we stand up.
Oh.
Should I do this thing?
Thank you for having me, Vince. Thank you. So like Vince noted, Justin Johnson from C.G. Schmidt. We were asked by the district earlier this year to come in and do a facilities assessment of the existing facilities. So we looked at the elementary, the primary, the middle school, the high school, really to kind of start making a maintenance list of what potentially the district should be considering for work from now kind of through the next 10 years. With the buildings that you currently have. So kind of the process of the facilities assessment. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Phil. So kind of the process, we kind of listed out kind of the high level up there of how we go through kind of determine what the recommendations would be. We start with meeting with the district facilities team. So we get together. With those guys, we kind of go through the buildings, talk about what they've done, what they're seeing in the building. Like, they're obviously in them every day. So that team can give us an idea of what things, they feel have potential issues. So it kind of gives us a place to start. And it's a good reference point for that. Reviewing existing maintenance lists to the district reports. So a while ago, Nanny Mechanical came in, had done a report. So we looked at some of those. We've had some other exterior reports done. So we kind of take all of that existing data, kind of bring it together, start to package it kind of in one process. Analyze the existing architectural structural. So we actually come out with a team. We spent 2 days in the district. We bring a mechanical engineer out. We bring a field service rep, Mark Schmidt, actually of our organization, comes out and does it, and then a multitude of other people. And we just kind of walk through the buildings. We walk down the hallways, we go into the mechanical rooms, we walk around the exterior, kind of look at all the different components of the building. We go up, we look at the roofs, really get a sense for, the quality or the life that's left in those, which helps kind of drive some of these lists that we come up with, recommendations that the district consider working on over the years to come. Then we prioritize them. Some buildings need a roof right now, some buildings don't need a roof 10 years down. We kind of put that all into the report. And then each one of those items comes with, some type of a cost. So we put an estimate together for what it is kind of now, but then as we go out through the years, we add that projected inflation. So that way, when you're looking at the report and you're seeing costs, that potentially come up in 10 years, that's a representation pretty close of what it should cost 10 years from now, not what it costs today. So as you're doing your planning, with your facilities maintenance and your budgets, you kind of know where to put those dollars at future on down the road. So does that all make sense? So that's kind of the process we go through that drives the data that we come up with. So this is the overall. So you can see all 5 buildings there listed. The way this works is each building has a huge list of individual items that make up a number. And then each one of those you can see throughout the year. So really what we came up with, for the entire district needs from the facilities and maintenance perspective, you're really, kind of in that column 1 already of things that the district should be planning for and getting ready to take care of here in the next year or so. Then you have your 2 to 5s, 5 to 10s, and so on, get you your grand total. So if you're looking at everything you should do from now over the next 10 years, that kind of bottom right number gives you an idea of what type of costs from a maintenance perspective that should be kind of budgeting for. This is kind of more of a graphical representation, and what it does is it kind of breaks it down to system. So instead of looking at it just from a school perspective, it shows you where's your major impacts across the district from a systems perspective. So obviously your HVAC systems and your roofing systems are 2 very large components. The elementary school roof is close to the end. The middle school roof on the gym, is getting closer. You did the re-roof of the main building, and then the high school roof is also kind of coming towards the end. So you kind of got a few big things that are all coming together. And then the HVAC systems, kind of the same thing, the elementary school, the middle school. A lot of those systems are getting to the point now that they're 20 plus years old. So you're getting kind of towards the end of that good life cycle where you should start considering making plans to start replacing some of that equipment. So the next one we'll go into, it breaks it down by each individual school. And they're all broken into these categories. So this is just kind of a quick, I won't read through them all because there are a lot of them, but this is kind of the description, definition of what each one of those items within each school kind of represents. So general building maintenance, paint floors, kind of interior stuff, roofing repairs, exterior, that's your windows, that's your caulking, that's the stuff getting inside brick, things of that nature. Site and parking lots, sidewalks, that's more your building, the grounds around the building. Fire protection, plumbing, mechanical, electrical systems all speak to that individual or specific system that's in each one of the schools. And then you get into each category for each of the 5 different buildings that you have. So primary school is brand new. You don't really need to do anything to it, but you do see once you get up to 6 to 10 years, those interior finishes start to need refreshing. Your carpets, your VCTs, your walls, those things are going to start needing some painting and going to need some replacing. Elementary school, a little bit bigger needs there. There's that roof, that's kind of the big one for the first there. And then you can see as you get farther in, some more general building maintenance kind of along the way, fire protection system and that mechanical system kind of coming in there kind of the next 10 years for that building.
And the fire protection, is that something that will be mandated on us, or is that something we should do?
It's
different.
Correct. It is not mandated, no. It does once you get to the point of if you would do a massive renovation, if you upgrade over 50% of the building, then you get pulled into the code. But because you're looking at just general maintenance of the facility, it's not a requirement. However, it is something that down the road it's something to consider whether you bring a system like that into your buildings. And that's why it ends up on our list.
And we have that in primary already?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So middle school, site parking. So the one there is we've kind of picked up some work that we're projecting for the green space. That track in that practice football area. You know, the lifespan on that track has come to an end. So that's kind of one of the big ones you see in the one-year need right away for middle school. Mechanical issues are the big ones there. You know, those systems are getting closer to the end of their life. So it's time to start thinking about putting plans in place to replace out air handling units, boilers, pumps, things of that nature. So that's kind of the big ones there. High school, you know, right now, not a whole lot. Some site parking lot stuff, that's more towards, you know, the parking lot that's outside of the PAC here, and the stuff that kind of wraps around by the pool. So that's the major kind of site component there. You know, for those kind of 2 years, and then the fire protection piece, and then the roofing. You know, that's another big thing for this building. You are getting towards the end of the you know, 20-year lifespan on these, so it's something to start considering. You know, in that 2 to 5 years of planning for some type of a roof replacement project. And the last one is the admin building. So just a little bit here and there on that. That site parking lot and stuff, that's more of the stuff kind of around the back, back by the shop, the things that did get done this last summer with the parking lot upgrade there. Fire protection in that building, again, kind of consistent. And then just some of the electrical pieces of that building, you know, getting closer towards the end, which, you know, gives you some work here in the next 5 years or so. So that kind of brings it all together. If you really want to see all the detail that goes into that, you can go to, I think it's in Neil's office. It's about 1,200 pages or something. The book's like almost a foot thick. But it's got a very detailed list. It breaks down every school, and then each school has, each line item has an actual task, and that task is associated with the picture. So as Neil and his crew are starting to take care of some of these items, they got a very easy roadmap to what was the issue, what was the cost, and where's it at, and kind of where does it fall in that lifespan of needing to address it.
So a high note from that is we have some things to fix, but buildings in general look good, right? Other than those fixing things.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
It's not like we have a bunch of decrepit buildings.
No.
That are on the edge.
No, you got a lot of really good sound buildings. Just some of them now are just starting to age out. So some of these major components now, it's time to start looking at making a plan for replacing those. You know, the roofs is probably the biggest one on each of the buildings coming forward, and then the HVAC system obviously pulling into that, and then some of that site work stuff. But overall, yeah, the bones of the building are very good.
And then the other question is this new federal infrastructure bill has a lot of money in there for school renovation if it's energy efficiency upgrades. And so like a roof with insulation, would that qualify as an energy efficient upgrade in your mind?
Honestly, I'd have to look at that.
Right.
I did
Brand
get it from
new.
Neil,
Right.
then I saw it was 146 pages.
Yeah.
So I haven't really started reading it yet. I don't know a ton about that legislation yet. So I probably shouldn't say.
That's fine. So, I
It'd be
mean,
my opinion, and that doesn't always matter.
our dream, of course, would be to
Correct.
encumber some of that funding
Yeah.
so that we don't have to put it on the district.
Yeah, no, most of the time, you know, there is like the energy rebates and stuff as you do those upgrades, you know, within mechanical systems. There is a lot of incentives out there.
Right.
I know you did a lot of it with like LED lighting. You're able to upgrade that, and then you get the energy rebates. So I'm assuming there's a lot of that type of same incentive in there.
Yeah, the summary of it says all of that.
Yeah.
So,
If it holds to how they've done it in the past, it would make sense that some of those items, you would be able to go after some type of funding or rebates for it.
good.
But again, that's me.
No.
Yeah.
And it's brand new, so
Yeah.
it has to be on that, for sure. Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. So as Justin shared, he just gave a high-level presentation of the information he shared with us. There's also this booklet that comes with that, which kind of lays it out. And as he talked about, there are lines in here, like all these different lines, and they correspond to as he said, a binder that's about a foot thick that has pictures of all those lines and tells exactly where those issues are. There's a real comprehensive plan. And what I would ask from the board is for us to adopt this plan. Like this is our facilities and maintenance 10-year plan. Not that we can do everything in this plan, but at least it guides where we're going. So I think that would be the next logical step.
I'll make a motion to adopt the facilities assessment and maintenance plan as presented.
I second that motion.
Motion by Barb and a second by Terry. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Next is the referendum 2022.
Right, so the board will be discussing the upcoming referendum based on a lot of different pieces of information you've gathered over the last 6 months. We did enrollment projections from Applied Population Study, the financial projections from Baird, the facility plan prepared by C.G. Schmidt, green space assessment done by Point of Beginning, the results of the community survey that we heard tonight earlier as well from school perceptions, and the priorities given to the board by the community in the strategic plan. Facility and Finance Committee met on December 9th to review possible referendum options. Those options that were discussed are in board docs. The board will need to give the direction to the administration on how they want to structure an upcoming referendum so the administration can work with legal counsel to craft a referendum question to present at the board at their January meeting for adoption. Because that's the timeline we have to hit is January for us to have an April referendum. And to walk through just the 4 options that were shared, they kind of go along with the survey that was presented.
I think before you do that, though, we need to make it clear that the state legislature has changed the rules, so we are only allowed to ask 2 questions in a year. Right? So in the past, you could ask as many questions as you want at any election, and now we're limited to 2 in a year. And so you have to keep that in your mind as we go through these
So there could be 2 in one election,
that is,
or 1
2 in this next year, and that is it, wherever they occur. So there are 2 elections, there's 1 in November, 1 in April, and 1 in November that we could hit. So, but we can only ask 2 questions. Sorry.
No, that's okay. And we can summarize a little bit too, like what are we looking at for a referendum, right? So we threw out, the number that was put out there was $3.85 million. That's just not a number we picked out of the air, right? We looked at, we are dropping a $1.7 million non-recurring referendum ends at the end of this school year. Right now that is helping pay salaries, that is helping, which keeps our class sizes reasonable, it covers our routine building maintenance, staying up to date with technology, course offerings, all the things that we pay for each and every day. Well, as everybody knows, those things have gone up. So $1.7 million helped cover that at the beginning of that 5-year referendum. At the end, doesn't quite get there. State legislature didn't do us any favors last year by giving us a 0% increase this year and next year, moving forward. And, we just need to look at also, again, we start looking at our strategic plan and the things that we talked about, Dr. Carls was talking about, with academics, talking about the things that we are working on to make sure that we are getting our kids ready. The other pieces of the strategic plan we're looking at is, again, all those things that we're doing with social emotional learning or nurturing the whole child, those pieces. But then also the back piece of that is the district workforce. Our community shared in the priority of making sure that we attract and retain exceptional team members and engage them in continued support. But we need to look at how we're paying our staff, make sure we're competitive. As everybody knows, we're in a shortage of teachers, and other industries are short as well. But we are short for subs. So making sure that we are a competitive work environment, that all rolls into this referendum. So we need to make sure that we are doing those things to bring them in. And then we have to look at some of the maintenance costs that we just adopted, that facilities plan. Like some of those things, they're not going away, they're not going to be any cheaper, and a lot of those things get more and more expensive the longer you make them wait. So those are things that we are looking at into this referendum. And so looking at different options for the referendum, the committee the other night really discussed four. The first option was, and these are not in the order of priority, these are just four options. The first option was, the board approves 3.85 to go to the $3.58 million non-recurring referendum in April. And if that passes, then go to a maintenance referendum in the fall. So 2 different referendums at 2 different times. But again, the combination not to exceed that mill rate of 11.11, which was in the survey. Option 2 is combining those things into one question. Like the district will combine an operating referendum and the maintenance and technology upgrade referendum into one question, which would combine $3.85 million and $2.3 million annually in maintenance and technology upgrades. So it would be a $6.15 million 5-year non-recurring referendum, which would again keep you keep that mill rate steady at 11.11. Option 3 is to have 2 separate questions, but at the same time. So that one question for the non-recurring operating referendum for 5 years, the other question is for maintenance and technology for 5 years. But as Adam started pointing out earlier, the drawback to that one is if that fails, you can't go back to referendum. 2 questions, you would be able to go to referendum again until April of the following year. The fourth option is having 2 questions. One's a non-recurring referendum, and the second would be going out to debt, like taking a 20-year loan out for maintenance and technology upgrades and things like that. And still staying under 11.11, but the Facility and Finance Committee was very hesitant to take out debt to pay for roof and technology, and it also really could hamper you going down the road as you're looking at referendums and things like that because of that debt service levy. So that one wasn't one that was really popular amongst the group, but again, it was optional. My job is to bring options to the table for the board. I've done a lot of talking, so.
Yeah, so referendum option 1, right, is 2 questions, one in April and one in November. So if we ask for the referendum in April, so the operational referendum in April, and it fails, we can come back and not do the money one for maintenance in November and redo the operational referendum in November. So that one is a hedge your bets kind of thing. That makes sense? Yeah. And then the second one is a combination thing as 1 question. So we could come back if that fails in November and ask a different question. It could be just the referendum, the operations, or it could be another combination question in November, but with a different number perhaps. And then 3 is 2 questions in April, which is the dicier option because if they fail or one fails, you can't come back.
Why would we do that one then?
These are the options. These are the choices, right? We don't like for a committee at all.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, go ahead.
So I attended the facility finance meeting last week and processed all of the information, and of course we left the meeting, and when you deal with these kinds of numbers and this kind of thing, it's kind of draining. And so went home, got something to eat, went to sleep. About 3:30 in the morning, my mind had processed where I was comfortable. I think with all things considered, for me, option 2 is the best, and here's why. It gives us 1 question, it meets both of our needs, and if it fails, it allows us to come back in the fall with a different question. The other thing is, on the flip side, at $6,150,000, it's a big number, but understand that we're staying with the levy of $11.11. And the other thing you have to understand is that not only is our current referendum ending at the end of June next year at 1.7 million, but there was more in that referendum than just that. So it's, I think it's our best option. So if I can get back to the right place, I am willing to make the motion that we adopt.
There was new data that came in today.
Yes, I know.
Can you hear that new data, or can we talk about that new data before you make the motion?
Sure.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate on
Sure.
that?
So one of the other things that we looked at, we talked a lot about 1111 being that mill rate. So one of the things I asked Baird to present us was, what if we dropped that mill rate to 11 flat? Like, what would that mean if we had a 3.85 referendum, operating referendum, and then what would that give us for wiggling for maintenance and operation? And that would still, if we went to 1111, it would still give us $2.1 million a year, so 10 million, 10.5 million over those 5 years to do the maintenance costs versus a little over 11 some. So there's also an option of being able to drop that mill rate a little bit, because I know you heard one person today talk about taxes, and I know the town of Lodi taxes, and maybe I have Christy talk about this a little bit, right, because she's had to deal with it, because of the equalized value went up in the town of Lodi compared to the rest of the district. We kept our mill rate, actually we dropped our mill rate.
Right, we should make that clear. So over the last 5 years, the school district of Lodi has not raised the mill rate. It's been flat for 5 years. So it's, now you talk about how some people's went up.
Right? Yeah. So it just with the equalized value, how that works, when some people's go up with our value in our district, right? So others may have gone down, right? When you look at, so the town of Lodi's value equalized has gone up significantly this past year. And then you get that, so that's what we try to stay away with. That's why we had that flat tax rate, so people aren't bouncing up and down with their tax rates, which is what happened in the town of Lodi this year. And so, which makes it really difficult.
The town of Lodi's value went up greatly. I can't remember if they do them in 5-year increments or 7.
It's 7, required by law.
Okay.
But that's a complete reassessment.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not what we're
different.
talking about. It was not reassessed. It was,
Equal.
so it was an equalized.
Okay.
Where they have a mathematical equation which includes the evaluation of the property and I believe the assessment ratio times our school mill rate. So people have to understand that in those municipalities where where it actually prints on their tax bill where it says 18.5%, it is reflective of the other factors in that mathematical equation. It is not due to the mill rate that the school district levied, if that makes sense.
I think it makes sense to us on the finance committee, but it doesn't make sense to anybody else.
Does it? Right, but what I'm trying to say is there is a mathematical equation of which the mill rate is part of that, what we're talking about, which essentially is the tax rate from the school district. Our tax rate from the school district has not changed. Actually, it went down this year. So the other components of that mathematical equation to get that to print on that tax bill is what has caused those increases. And actually, in one case, I did investigate and went back, and so what ends up happening is, in reality, the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, they've actually incurred maybe negative or very nominal increases, where maybe other municipalities have been more level, and so all of a sudden, they're getting a big catch-up in the actual rate, if that makes sense. So unfortunately, we have 9 municipalities.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of and of course the biggest ones are the town of Lodi and the city of Lodi. So when those two fluctuate, there's I guess more of an issue
There's a lot
because
of
there's
people.
more
It affects a lot of
there's more
people.
taxpayers affected.
than the other municipalities, but it happens, it floats around and happens to everybody. So, and then the only other thing I would like to say is that the actual operational referendum money amount is to keep, basically to keep the district solvent and to keep the staff that we do have and to keep them paid enough so that they are not attracted away from our district. And so to not have this pass would be very devastating to the district. So that's the only thing. I kind of agree with Bill with the number 2, but I kind of like option 1 also, because we have to get that one portion of it passed this year. Otherwise, it will be devastating to the district.
Yeah, I think that's another thing that most people don't understand is why we have to ask for an operational referendum. We get money from the state. But about 10 years ago, the state said, we're going to give you less money, all school districts. If you want that money, go to your local people and ask them to pass a referendum. And so school districts across the state all went to a referendum for operational money. That's just the way it is, and it's been that way since 10 years now, approximately 10 years. It's a lot of work to get a referendum.
And again, it depends on the factors in your school district. There's some school districts that haven't, or have had to go for a building because their enrollment's going up. But most of the state we've been in a declining enrollment district for a while. We're projecting that we're going to start growing. But declining enrollment is very difficult on districts because your funding is based on that. And so a lot of districts in the state have had declining enrollment, so that's when you're talking about referendums for operating costs. So it's just something to talk about. Like if you were being concerned with that tax bump that the town of Lodi got, which again we are. I mean, we talked about it. It impacts people's pockets, and we totally understand that. And one of the reasons we dropped our mill rate from 11.13 to 11.11 was just to try at least to help a little bit. So the question is, do we keep it at 11.11 or go to a mill rate of 11 this referendum?
Could you say again, if we went to 11,
Yeah.
what would be the
It would
amount?
be, instead of 2, it'd still be 2.85, but then it would be 2.1. So it'd be just under $6 million a year.
And then from the survey that, I forgot his name, I apologize.
Rob.
One more
Rob.
Rob, thank you. He said that there was better support for option 2, like combining those two together. So that's
There's more support for roofs, and again, that's not, having been in this district and having other districts, that's pretty typical, right? Because it's a little more nebulous, like we're paying for staff, right? We're paying for the day-to-day operations. Well, that's hard to grasp. I'm a homeowner. I understand you got to put a roof on once in a while. I don't like it. It's going to cost me a lot of money, and it always feels like it costs me too much, but I get it. And I understand that the furnace goes out of my house. Well, I mean, the boiler at school has to be replaced at certain times, or my air conditioner it's at end of life. Well, that means some of our HVAC systems have to be updated. As a homeowner, I get that, so I'm more supportive. I don't want to see our beautiful, and we're very proud of our beautiful buildings that we have here. We're very lucky. We also know as homeowners what happens if we keep pushing maintenance off. It becomes more expensive, causes more problems down the road. So it makes sense to me that people are more supportive of that. It's, again, as we've talked about just here, it's hard to explain why you have to have operating referendum, why districts are going for it, right? So the question is, you're having to go to referendum because you put a turf field in. No, that's not why we have to go to referendum. That's not why your taxes got raised. But it's really easy to point to things like that, right? So.
On the state WASB, we have dealt with people, for example, at this time of the year, their tax bills come, and then it'll say right on there, the cost of your tax the portion of your tax bill that goes to the school district of Lodi is such and such an amount. Well, actually, that's not correct. That amount goes to the state, and they divvy it back out. So some of that money goes to the voucher schools first, and then the public schools get what's left. Now, Lodi is, according to their formula, a property-rich tax district. And so they take the money from us, but then in order for us to run our schools, we are in a situation where we have to go back and do a referendum. We don't have a choice. I have been familiar with the people in the town of Lodi getting revalued and having this kind of a response that we got from Mr. Wilper, I think his name was. That's consistent with every time they get revalued.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Maybe
sure.
Frank would be the best. How do we know that our mill rate's gonna stay at 11.11? Well, I think I'm getting this confused with how I computed my mill rate.
Basically, there's a series of variables plugged into the model. And so our Baird financial advisor has plugged in extremely conservative variables so that we could maintain that mill rate. So for example, one is they use a 2% growth on our whole district for the first 2 years, then a 1% growth. And so that to me, for the school district of Lodi, is extremely conservative. I think over the last 10 to 20 years, we probably averaged 3 to 5%, and that is one of the direct impact variables on mill rate. It will help us make a conservative estimation. That's one of the variables.
Well, and I think the other thing that people have to remember is when you talk about the mill rate, right, we keep the mill rate steady. That doesn't mean always taxes stay steady, right? Because your property values have been raising, right? So that doesn't mean, so that's one of the questions that I'm sure we'll get is how can you keep it 11.11 and have an operating referendum and this maintenance referendum have those come and have it not, right? So there's two things. One, that $1.7 million is falling off. Secondly, we have been defeasing, so we've been taking money to stay at that 11.11 and paying off long-term debt to keep that steady tax rate, to make sure that, so that's where that room comes in for us to be able to move forward. Still not raise that tax rate, but those, the money that comes in will help pay for what we're doing.
Yeah, I think one of the other things too that probably will happen is our lawyers will, most likely write the resolution to say up to X% or X many dollars, and that would give the board the ability to make adjustments as needed in case that the variables would change, and you wouldn't need to necessarily levy that whole amount, because if we get greater numbers of students, and potentially our revenue cap could increase, and the need to actually levy $3.85 million may actually decrease for us. It is a series of variables in a mathematical formula. But we are planning on all of those variables having been so conservative that we will have enough ability to manage an 11.11 or less. And actually, the mill rate that you're looking at that says 11.11 is more like 11.05. I mean, it's actually less than 11.11, so it's ultra conservative. But my estimations were higher than Mike Clark's, and I was using a 3 to 3.5% growth on our district. And so he came in more conservative and said, let's be more realistic, Brent. Let's bring that down and make sure the board can manage that mill rate.
So given the increase, I mean, at this point, I feel like it's more of a strategic game than anything. Should we ask for one question and see where we get with that? So we're not to sticker shock anybody with combining them. Let's start in the spring and see where our communities are at. And if it's an overwhelming, yeah, they went for it, we still have one question left and one election, as opposed to just hitting them with this huge number.
Adam?
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand what you're saying. But if you think about it, let's say that we go just for the 385 in the spring. And it passes. And now you're gonna come back in the fall and you're gonna ask for the rest to do the maintenance. And people are gonna say, they're gonna hesitate. And then you're gonna be sunk on doing the maintenance. That's why I would rather do the combination in the spring. If you do the calculations, if you check on all the referendums that pass versus those that don't, more referendums pass in the springtime than in the fall. So there's all these little tiny details. It's somewhat of a form of being lucky or gambling or however you'd like to put it.
I think it has a lot to do with the psychology of like how well informed, or average person on the street, how much you understand about the complicated school financing and, as all these things we're talking about. And yeah, it's like, is the sticker shock like one large question, or is it like, oh, now you're asking me another question in their next election? We're not in the minds of every single person who's what they're walking into the voting booth with. So that's what's hard. Like what makes sense to people? What feels like they're asking a lot in one question, and now we're asking again. I mean, when I was prior to being in the school board, I could not have told you the difference between an operating referendum and a capital referendum. I barely knew what the word referendum was. I know other things, but I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. You're right, Christy. It's pure speculation. We have no idea. That's the problem.
Right, and I see one side of it, and sadly I see the worst side of it, just
right.
People that come into my office, So I just think of, okay, if we're gonna if the first time we ask for this large number and it says no, now we have to pick which one we're gonna ask, and ask again in the fall. Why not at least be on the safer route and ask for something smaller now, and then later on, I hope we get it.
Right, but rubbing that crystal ball is not a good way to go, and so that's why we have the survey done, and that's why we get Justin to come in and evaluate everything, and so we try to get as much data as we can, right? And so according to that survey, the combo thing is a better way to go, based on what the people have told us, rather than us trying to guess. And then, again, if it doesn't go in April, we could ask for that operational referendum in the fall, just by itself. And then the maintenance isn't going to go away. We got to have a roof no matter what. So if it doesn't pass in the spring, and then we can't ask in the fall, we come back again the next spring and ask.
I just see that survey was out before the taxes were, so. But, I mean, that's fine. I'm a newbie, so you guys are obviously, you're experts.
No, and
and
again,
I'm totally-
we're just as wishy-washy. So, I mean,
It's as Adam said, it's for us, you're trying to figure out what, and that's why you have the survey and have all this information. But bottom line, it still comes down to what our gut tells us, that we want to have a referendum passed, because it will be devastating in this district if it does not pass. And I totally understand, because that's one of the reasons I brought that option up. Like, maybe we should just do that. But I also see the other side of that, like, if somebody would pass a referendum in April to turn around and say, in November, what do you mean you're asking me again? Didn't we just pass this? And having to explain all that and go through that and
not understanding the difference between the two.
Yeah, and so that was the concern. So, but I totally see that part too, like, because our bottom line is we need to put together a thing that this board supports, and that hopefully our community will pass, because the referendum is a lot of work, and the bottom line is about what our kids need, what our staff needs to be successful, because this school is the heart of this community, and it needs to be, and will continue to be, regardless of all the stuff that's going on now, right? We've had some, we're dealing with some really difficult things right now, but it continues to be the heart of the community. We're the biggest employer in the community, and making sure that we are doing everything we can to support our students, support our staff, because failing a referendum is devastating to a district. There's no question about it.
We have over 200 employees. Do we have like 214, 220 somewhere in there? It's a lot of people that we employ.
I have a kind of comment. I'm not a taxpayer, obviously, because I'm just a high school student. But seeing from Christy's perspective, like from taxpayers, I feel like even, like as school board members, you understand, but the common taxpayer might not. And having them all combined in one with that big of a number, and if it fails, trying to find the differentiation of why people wanted to pass it and why people wanted to fail or not approve it could be difficult. Changing from spring to fall, just seeing, I don't know, every single day, society, politics, views, everything's changing so quickly, and tax prices of everything is going up and down, increasing majorly, so everybody's views are changing drastically. I'm a 17-year-old girl, and even mine are, and I know like lots of adults I've talked to, theirs have as well. So I think even if survey-wise, it would be like safer to do two, like logically it might be better to do one, because like you said, it would be devastating if we didn't get anything. If that failed, and then you made the kind of a dice roll, wrong decision that you put one certain one on the one in the fall, and then it gets failed again, and then you're left with nothing.
One of the reasons I wasn't, my comfort zone for just asking for operating next spring was, if you ask for that 3.85 million and it fails, now what are you going to do? People are not going to be looking, they're not going to be agreeable for you to come back with the same number. So you're going to have to take less to operate. And the truth of the matter is, all the research that we did between us and Baird and Brent, that's the number that we need to accomplish what the people have told us that we have to do. Retain our teachers, pay them, operate the school. I understand it's a big number.
Brent, what is our operating budget for the year?
We're over $19 million as an operating budget.
18, you said?
19.
19.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. When I first got on the school board, I had no idea how much a school spent in a year. And then I found out it was that number, and I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. But that's what a school costs.
And what percentage? So there's a very high percentage that is related to payroll, to teaching and all staff, correct? Because I have a figure here from 2 years ago that's over 12 million just for that.
You're in my wheelhouse. Trying to lighten the path. A school is typically between 75 and 80%
Wait,
salaries.
I'm sorry. That speaker is echoing right back at you. Can you come like on this side of it? Yeah. Thank you.
That's a monitor? Sorry about that.
Whatever it is, it's going right back at you. Now we can hear you.
Before.
We can hear you now.
Typically, a school district is 75 to 80% salaries and benefits. Lodi School District has some contracted services, so we don't hit the 80% mark, but we're typically between 72 and 75% salaries and benefits. So yeah, we're at $12 million plus in salaries and benefits.
But the contracted services are people also.
That's a great point. That is true.
It's all for
Going to instruction. Yes.
So I guess I would offer a compromise, like to look at option 2, but go down to that 11 flat rate, right? So you're again going a little less to the taxpayer, but you're having one question moving forward in the spring. That you have one question, right? It has it all on purpose. We just did this big facility study that Justin just shared for us to kind of put that on the shelf for 6 months. Doesn't always make a lot of sense. But to incorporate both those together, but then also drop that from 11, which we talked about in that survey a lot, but then drop it to 11, would still give you $2.1 million a year for maintenance. It still allows to cover, I mean, obviously, even with, as Justin shared some of those numbers, we're not going to do everything in there. And some of those things we're going to cover in our day-to-day maintenance operation anyhow, but, you know, we can't cover a $3 million roof for this building, or almost a $2 million roof in the elementary school without referendum. But that way, it kind of compromises in between that. It softens the blow a little bit to taxpayers because it moves from 11.11 to 11 flat, but also goes to that one question in April. It's an opportunity for us.
Are you looking for a motion on this, or?
We are waiting for a motion, yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we accept the referendum option 2, but I'm going to amend it. So it shall read, the district combines the operating referendum and the maintenance and technology upgrade referendum into one referendum question on the April 2022 ballot. This would combine the $3.85 million referendum question and the $2.1 million maintenance and technology upgrade referendum to $5.95 million for a 5-year non-recurring referendum. This combination of these two referendums would keep the mill rate steady at 11.
Can I just update that to 5? It would be 5,980.
Okay, 5.98.
Yep.
I'll second.
Okay. A motion by Julie and a second by Barb. Further discussion. So the next thing, if we adopt this, the next thing that has to happen is the referendum questions have to be written in a specific way.
Yes. So I would take this information, if this is the direction you want to go, I will take this information to legal counsel and have them craft a question, bring it back to Facility Finance, and then bring it back to the board for final adoption at our next board meeting in January. So this is just giving me guidance on this.
Do we want to just say mill rate of $11 and let somebody figure out the correct number?
But that was it. He had it.
You sure?
Sorry, I do cowgirl arithmetic on paper and pen.
That's fine.
I miss it.
We're doing good. Any other discussion? Let's do a roll call vote.
I want to make sure that I'm clear on this, and that because I didn't answer your question real well before. You would have the ability, after the resolution is written, to amend the facilities portion, right? So if something happened and it hit a target of 11.07 next fall, the resolution should be written so that you could bring the facilities portion down to hit the mark that you promised the taxpayers. I want to bring comfort in the question that you asked. That's how you would, as a board, would work toward that 11.0 or 1099 or whatever that your target is. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you.
You okay with that, Julie? And you okay with that, Barb? I mean, it makes sense. So
Yeah.
You can't get it right on the pen. Okay, any other discussion? Barb?
Yes.
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 Okay, passes 7-0. Another step. So a very long journey going through the referendum.
Yeah, thank you everybody for that conversation, and all the data you've had to take in over the last 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next, new course proposals for the high school.
Yeah, so Dr. Carls and Mr. Jelinek have submitted the new high school course proposals. They were reviewed by the curriculum committee at the November 17th meeting. The committee unanimously voted to move them to the full board with a recommendation for approval. So I'm just looking for approval.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2021-2022 Lodi High School course catalog. Oh, that's the wrong one.
That's it.
Oh, I was on that one too.
That's it. Oh, that's course catalog. I apologize. It is the wrong one.
Yeah,
New
805.
course. It's, the motion does say course catalog, but
Does it
it's,
really?
new course, okay. I'll make a motion to approve the 2022-2023 staff new course proposals.
Sure.
I second it.
Motion by Julie and a second by Terry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Now the course catalog.
Yeah, so now the course catalog. So those two items obviously go into the course catalog. So Mr. Jelinek has submitted the high school course catalog with the recommended changes, and we looking for a motion to approve that. So we can start scheduling for next year already.
I make a motion to approve the 2022-2023 Lodi High School course catalog.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Angie and a second by Terry. Any other further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. The agenda tonight has a lot of discussions that are going to be long. So the next one is the middle school DC trip.
So I know I warned you it was going to be a long agenda this month. Washington DC trip. So I've put together a memo just sharing that we have not yet started to plan for this DC trip because of all the things we've talked about, COVID and things of that nature. Typical year, it takes us at least 6 months to plan for this. So typically we take it in March, so if we started planning now, it would be in either May or June that we would go. So in looking and working with World Strides, some of the things that would be in place if we would take this trip with them is participants must quasi-quarantine 14 days before travel, except for going to school. Pre-travel, there would be testing. You have to test either a COVID PCR test within 3 to 5 days or an antigen test taken within 2 days of the trip departure. Participants would have to submit test results. Anyone receiving a positive test would not be able to participate in the trip. And then they would retain their money minus the cost of the down payment, which is $189. If somebody is a close contact with someone who's tested positive for COVID-19 within 14 days of the start date, they're not able to participate unless, this is not going to make Ashley happy, but unless they've been vaccinated or have tested negative 3 to 5 days after exposure. So if you're exposed like a couple days before the trip and you're not vaccinated, you can't go. Again, these are World Strides, which we would have to follow. Except for participants who've also recovered from COVID-19 within the last 90 days. Face coverings would be required. If a participant exhibits symptoms, World Strides would help them get tested and safely separate them from the rest of the group while awaiting results. This is a piece that makes me nervous. They will attempt to keep them in the same hotel as the rest of the group. If the diagnosed participant is a minor, which all of our students would be going, unless it's a staff member who was diagnosed, World Strides would arrange and cover the cost of flight for a parent or guardian to join the student at the program location. But there's no discussion on how they would get home, right? So then somebody would have to rent a vehicle and bring their child home. Participants who are not fully vaccinated were required to take a COVID, I know this is close contacts, they would just kind of follow our close contact rules. And all those things make it sound like, why would we even think about this? But the other piece of it, it's a once-in-a-lifetime trip for our kids, right? They just don't have that opportunity. Huge educational opportunity missed if we don't go. And it's also a choice, right? It's a choice activity. It's not a required activity. Like going to 8th grade social studies class is a required activity. Going on this trip is not a required activity. The other issue we may have is finding chaperones if we run it in May and June. right? Because we just won't have staff who are going to want to do that. And staff may want to opt out. Like, I'm not comfortable with this.
But it will be May, June, when, in theory, who knows, rub the crystal ball again, it should go down again.
Yeah. All I can say is our crystal ball with COVID sucks.
It doesn't work.
Is there a minimum amount of students?
That's what we would have to figure out. So if we would say yes, go ahead, then obviously we would have to work with World Strides and have a minimum amount of people before we could go on a trip. Joe may know this better than I do. He's never had it. He ran this trip many years.
Probably one bus.
Yes.
Yeah, probably a bus full.
Well, World Strides may also be modifying their numbers
Right.
because they want to stay in business. And this is such a great trip. I did get an opportunity to chaperone it one year. And first of all, the number of students who really hadn't been out of Wisconsin much or hadn't been to a lot of places, and to see Washington, D.C. was life-changing. It felt like it was amazing. I think that this trip, if World Strides is willing to administer the trip, they're like many travel places around. I mean, they're great. I mean, as far as my interactions with them, I think Joe's also. They're constantly trying to find ways for travel to occur in this time period. Their policy may change over the 6 months. Parents will have to understand what all these policies mean for them. If there is staff who are interested in, yes, we may struggle to find people on our end, but we don't know that yet. I just want to advocate very strongly for this trip if there's any way to allow students to go. I mean, and it maybe there's fewer students than typical, which is very unfortunate, but at least it would be an opportunity. And I feel comfortable with World Strides, again, that the district's relationship with them has been good as far as I know, that they are using their expertise to try to make travel as safe as possible, and without, acknowledging that it's never going to be completely safe.
I'd agree with you on all that, and I'd go as far as to make a motion to allow them to plan this trip for this year.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Christina, second by Angie. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Strategic planning update.
So, as you guys are all aware, the district has provided a short video of the implementation of the strategic plan and the development of a district balanced scorecard. The video is available to the board and we post on the district's website. It's not being shown tonight because we have such a long agenda. But we're available if you had a chance to watch it, to talk about the implementation of the strategic plan, how that worked. The next steps in that development is development of building scorecards, which are based on our district scorecard. And I would like to, at the end of the meeting, schedule maybe a board administrative retreat where we can have a kind of what we call a gallery walk, like we've done before. We've had board administrative retreats in the past where we kind of talked about goals. This would be an opportunity for us to talk about the balanced scorecard and then have a gallery walk where you sit and meet with each building principal and have them walk through their building scorecards and they can talk about what they've developed. The other piece that I would like to do is reconvene the vision element study team and share all this information with them and see, get their feedback. Because that was one of the concerns when we pulled that group of people together was, is this just going to be a plan you create, stick on a shelf, or is this something you're actually going to implement? So it's something obviously we've been implementing, and again, it's driving all the work that we're doing right now. It drives our work with nurturing the whole child. It drives the work with a referendum, and what we're looking for attracting and retaining staff. So it's really important work, and again, we're very lucky and very fortunate, as I say I'm going to steal Dr. Carl's line again. We are so fortunate in Lodi to not have to guess what our community wants when it comes to our priorities. They gave it to us in our strategic plan, and the board was very, gracious enough to approve that 7-0. So we know the work that we need to be doing. So, I just want to make sure we're updating the board on strategic planning implementation, and we'll open up any questions you would have for myself or any other administrators who were part of that video.
This took a lot of time.
Yes.
This is,
Yes, it took you're right, it took a lot of time and to figure out exactly, and we're new, right? So this is not something that we've ever done before.
Right.
So it's kind of like the old adage of building it while you fly, right? So some of the things that are in there we're doing right now, even before we have them down on paper. But for us, it's like figuring that out, how we're going to do it, how we're measuring those things, what are our priorities, what should be what we call cascaded down, should we working at the building levels, and what should be just like we're just touching base on it right now. There's a couple of them that we're just working at the district level, not getting down because I don't want to overwhelm our staff either. But these are our priorities, and we need to work on them. And again, hats off to, I know Brent and Adria and Nick have spent a ton of time meeting with myself and with our consultant and going through this and putting this together. So.
It's amazing. Reading through it, it's amazing. So you don't need action on that, it's just for us to...
No.
Okay, and then when do you think that board retreat would be?
I'm thinking like the end of January. I'm wondering like if we get to the end of the meeting, like meeting dates, like maybe like the last Monday in January. It's like there's a fifth Monday. There's January 31st is a Monday. Maybe that might be a date to look at. It's a possibility. Again, looking at schedules. A lot of times people have stuff, we have stuff scheduled for the second Monday. And
do you want to do it right now since you're talking about
we could. I don't know if that'll work for people.
Sorry.
January 31st is the last Monday in...
What time are you thinking?
Like 6 o'clock? Like pizza and gallery walk?
I'm only coming if there's pizza.
Pizza or something like pizza, whatever.
Something like pizza.
Right? Food stuff of some sort?
Yeah.
Well, we can do it, I mean, I just want to make sure we, I'm cognizant of your guys' time.
Yes.
I know some of these, I don't want to work for too early. For 5:30, I don't know what works best. 5:30?
5:30 or 6 either.
Let's do 5:30 then.
the working folks say 5:30, we're good?
5:30 on the 31st. We'll just do it here, probably at the high school library or one of those.
31st of January?
January, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
First. Does that work for the administrative team?
Okay.
What are we in?
Yeah, just let us know. Just know what it is.
Yeah, we do need them there.
Yeah. Just let us know.
Yeah, so we'll plan on it if something comes up.
So strategic planning, we're done with strategic planning. State convention participation. So all of you should have your forms in to mow. And it says by December 13th, but that's
today.
Have you got them all now?
Everybody let me know if they're doing.
Good,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
So the other question I have is are people interested in going to the Baird reception? Typically on Wednesday night, in my understanding, so this is the new superintendent coming out. I've only been to this convention once, so.
We've always gone to that and
Yeah.
had a good time, and so.
Okay, so Baird reception
Yes.
and Thursday night out for dinner?
Yeah.
Where's
Yeah.
that? Where's the beer reception at?
Yeah, they always change where the.
It's in the Pfizer Forum. The Bucks Stadium. Down by the Deer District, for the Milwaukee Bucks Stadium.
Oh, okay.
Used to be the old Bradley Center, now it's
Right.
right next door to the Pfizer Forum. The Bucks play that night as well.
Okay.
So it's like a Bucks watching party. When I went, they actually let you go to the Bucks game for really cheap. They don't do that anymore because they won the championship, so now you can't go to the Bucks. Well, you can.
One year we went to a hockey game too.
Okay, yeah, that must happen.
Okay, good. Candidacy and non-candidacy paperwork.
Yeah, so incumbents, if you're not running, you need to have your notice of non-candidacy filed no later than December 23rd at 5 p.m. So that's Bill and Julie. And all other candidates who want to run for the Board of Education must have their paperwork filed by no later than Tuesday, January 4th. by 5 p.m. Just a reminder, our district office is closed starting at the evening of December 23rd, and we'll open again January 3rd. So, just for anybody who's listening, who's planning on running, make sure you work in that, reach out to myself or Maureen, and then obviously our two incumbents know what they need to do as well.
But they can also file with the state too, correct? Has to come to you?
It has to come into the district office.
Yeah. Okay.
It has to be filed locally.
Right.
There you go.
Yep, that's the come to know.
Next, we have educational options, approval of notice to parents and guardians.
Yeah, each year the district is required by January 31st to provide parents and guardians with a notice of building and district report card data along with summary of educational options available from the school district of Lodi. This is the January 2022 letter to parents and guardians. It's ready for your review. The addition this year was the youth options. No, I'm sorry. Youth apprenticeship information had needed to be added this year. And the initial draft went in. There was an error at the top as well. That was, we fixed that. So I'm just looking for approval.
I'll make a motion to approve the annual notification notice for parents on school options as required under the 2015 Act 55.
I'll second.
Motion by Barb and a second by Angie. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Board self-evaluation. It's that time of year.
Yeah, it's hard to believe we're at that time of year again. So every year the board conducts a self-evaluation. So there is a copy of the form in here. We have Mo. Would you send that out to them in a Google document?
It's right in there. Yeah. It's right in there.
So, yeah, Maureen will make it a Google Doc.
Okay. Send us a link and then it'll all be culminated.
Thanks. And then we'll pull it together. So we just ask you that you pull that together before,
no later.
by January, by December 23rd, so that gives us time to get to you for the January meeting. And we'll pull it together.
And if it's a Google form, it'll be super easy to just click buttons and type in some stuff. Okay, policy, first readings.
All right. So policy first read. We're looking at policy 187, public participation at board meeting, a revision, and policy 187.3, public participation at board committee meeting, a revision. Both of these came to your November meeting, and the board sent them back to the policy committee for revision. The policy committee made the revisions to both policies based on the feedback from the board. So 4 of these policies were sent back to the Board of Education with a recommendation of approval on a 2-to-1 vote from the policy committee. If you look at the policies, the red is what was changed the first time. The green is what was added after the second piece of feedback.
So on this one, I was the no vote on this one because I was just in turmoil over the 10 people versus 30-minute time frame. I just didn't feel like it left room for adding people very easily, and I just didn't feel like it was pitched well to our community, and that's just a personal thing.
Well, I wonder about having 10 people, like, I mean, obviously the balance of needing to get board work done and hearing public input is a balancing act, but like, how would we handle the sign up? What if it's the same 10 people every time? Like, like having a certain number of people, is that like, I was just wondering if that's logistically, like.
The sign up doesn't open until the day of the meeting. That's what the thing says.
Right.
The number 10.
First come, first served.
The number 10, with each person getting 3 minutes, means we're going to have more than a half an hour of citizen input. Tonight we had, according to my count, 10 people. But there were some adjustments in the policy that we needed to make in order to be efficient because, for example, the night we were here 2 hours and however long, we weren't efficient to do our job.
Yeah. Like when we have issues that are, over the years, there have been different things that people have wanted to come and talk about. And, you know, obviously there's we've got a statement in here that we can increase the time. So if we had many people signing up, we certainly could increase the time. Yeah, I guess, I don't know about the 10 people.
So just to give you a background on the committee wrestled with 10 people, 45 minutes, running clock. The issue came down to timekeeping. Like, so if you say 45 minutes and it's 15 people, well, that's not really, you know, because there's gaps, and I think we were really efficient tonight by having somebody be ready, but so it got to the point of when's the clock start, when's the clock stop, the committee kind of went back to 10 people, 3 minutes, right, and then there's that gap in between, so as Bill was saying, so it's not like, the idea is like 30-ish minutes of public comment, but there's going to be some like dialing the phone and things of that nature that takes up. So it was trying to figure out a way that was like really clear, that doesn't come with interpretation of, you know, because I had initially, after the board had given me feedback, I had put in like pieces of like, clock starts here, clock ends here. The committee said, no, let's get rid of those and just what they have.
Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, if you said it was 30 minutes, but then 20 people signed up, do you just stop after 30 minutes and then more than half the people don't get to talk?
Well, so how it's written is either before the meeting, you know that 20 people have signed up, and you say, yep, we're going to allow, we can vote to go to 20 minutes, I'm sorry, 20 people, or no, it's just the first 10 people who sign up are the ones who need to sign up. That's how it's written now. I mean, we can write it any way, but that's what the committee decided on.
So so I just have a question about this. So like, say for instance, we have a meeting in which, you know, there's topics or whatever, that we know there's going to be a lot of public input. Can we have a listening session as a separate meeting and not have public input?
And we've done that in the past.
And not have
special
public
meeting
input?
just for that one thing, and nothing else on the agenda.
And it wouldn't have to be part of the meeting.
And we even had it open, right? So
Right.
it's an open discussion where there is no public input, it's just wide open.
Right. So in that case, would we have a school board meeting that we'd have to have the 10 people, up to 10 people no matter what? We couldn't say at this meeting, it's our working meeting.
This is for this meeting.
Right. If we had a listening session.
That's a whole different thing.
Right, but we would always have public input at this meeting, even if we were having a listening session at the same meeting.
Yes, we still have the 10 people show up.
We would
at this
need to,
meeting,
we would have to.
Yes. A minimum.
I think that's a good option to offer, because I feel like especially right now, like in a normal year, efficiency obviously is a key when you have so many things to get done, especially now that like we're working on the referendum and everything like that. But like with COVID especially, I think people have a lot of thoughts that they want to share about what they think and what they believe in, what research they've done as well. So I think it's really important that we offer enough time. And I know even today, some people went over. After the timer went up, they were still talking.
People have to finish their sentence.
Yep, that's okay. And some people had multiple sentences, even sometimes over 30 seconds after the timer went off, which is okay, but you just have to like realize people have stuff to say, and you can't just say, oh, you're done, because it's not going to happen that way.
Yeah.
And I don't know, in like a respectable fashion, how people are still going to be able to, and like limiting 10 people to 30 minutes. Like we're thinking people, we have 5 minutes now, and people were going over with 5 minutes. I think it'll be hard to allow people to say what they need to say within such a small amount of time, even if we need to get stuff done.
Can I ask for an amendment on the time that they sign up to give input and change that to 24 hours before the meeting? Just more, I was mulling over this and thinking about it. People that work full-time and are super busy and they go straight to work in the morning, and then if we're cutting it short to 10 people, I want to give as many people a fair opportunity to sign up for
Sunday
it.
at 5:30, started at Sunday at 5:30.
Right, and then the emails can be time
Is this
stamped.
automated, or is Mo having to?
sign up, they won't see anybody's hand on Sunday.
I mean, is it?
Well, they have to email to get
Oh,
It's a whole
in,
question.
and so it would be time-stamped when their email came in, unless that was too much of a hassle for you and you would like it the Friday before. If it's time-stamped, you're fine with it.
You'd have to repeat what she said.
If it's time-stamped, she's fine with it, so it could be,
Right.
I think, I mean, it makes sense because like if you're driving to work at 8:30
Right.
or whenever that opens up, then you don't have to get.
and then you get to work and then you're working and then, yeah, so you do it, you know, 24-hour rule.
Well, that's what first readings are for, is modification, so. So sign up for public input the day of the meeting would change to sign up for public input 24 hours before the meeting. People won't know what that means, so you almost, do we write Sunday at 5:30 PM or?
The day before the meeting.
I don't know, I mean, so you're doing this after you posted 24 hours? I'm sorry, but clerically, I mean, Mo, is that like, I'm not trying to dismiss what you're saying, but looking at timestamps, like, if you get 30 emails, go through and look at all those timestamps to see.
Well, they're signing up on that Google Doc. So that Google Doc is timestamping when they sign up.
Okay.
But when I can take that right into a spreadsheet, so that it goes right into it.
Okay.
So it would be automated.
And they come in order as well.
Right.
Like, it'll show up, like, this group came in first.
Yep.
That's fine, I just want to make sure that it's not causing you work on Sunday night or Monday morning.
And in general, we have less than 10 people talk anyway. It's only on rare occasions that more than 10. Did you get what you needed?
No.
No.
So you want this Sunday at 5:30, or do you want it, that's the question. So sign up for the public input 24 hours before the meeting?
Yeah.
And then maybe in parentheses, Sunday at 5:30 in case people do not know when the meetings are.
Or sign up begins.
Different night.
One more time?
Yeah.
What if your meeting is on a different night, you have a special meeting or something?
24
Before the
hours
beginning
prior
of
to
the
the
posted
meeting?
meeting?
5:30 the day before.
Posted time meeting?
5:30 the day before.
Well, 24 hours. Because we might meet at 4:30, we might meet at 7.
Yeah, 24 hours.
24 hours before the posted beginning of the meeting.
There you go.
Posted time.
It's going to have to be that way.
Yeah, I can fix that or change that if that's what people want.
Sounds like that's what we're getting.
Yep.
And then next month, these will come up for a vote of approval. We have no second policy readings. Oh, do you want to?
Skipping right over that?
No, 187.3 is the same thing, so it's just for
Yeah,
the
that's
committees.
first policy.
Right.
Yeah, 187.3 is exactly the same thing, you're just looking at a time frame, on 5 people. That's first read. Second policy, we do have second policy reads of retiring 2 policies, policy 187, public registration of board district meeting, correspondence with the board to the Board of Education, and then revision, just adding the mission to the school district philosophy and mission policy 110. These are all talked about, so approve it at the October board meeting or policy meeting, and you were at the last meeting board meeting. So for motion for both of those.
I'll make a motion to retire Board of Education Policy 187.1 and Board of Education Policy 161.1.
I'll second.
Motion.
Second. Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion by Julian, second by Angie. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 7-0.
I'll make a motion to approve the revisions to Board of Education Policy 110 as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Julian, second by Angie. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Passes 7-0. Gifts and donations. We have a $5,000 donation from Lodi Methodist Church for the Highway 60 marquee sign.
Make a motion to accept the 5,000 donation from the Lodi United Methodist Church for the Highway 60 marquee sign with great gratitude.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Barb and a second by Terry. Any further discussion?
Yeah, what do you think it's gonna cost to upgrade it?
You haven't got that far, right?
Well, there was a down payment in the voucher.
I can get it to you. I don't have it on top of my head, Brent does. Not using the thing also.
We made a down payment on it, it's in the vouchers.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've been working on it. We've ordered it to get it fixed, because we just can't have a sign out there that we've held that together for many years, so.
Held together with bubble gum and Band-Aids.
Yeah, Stephen Ricks put it together, held it together for a lot of years.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Yes, administrative report, student services. It's right on the top, the power button. They're brand new. It says mute, push and hold mute.
And hold it for a while.
I think I got it. All right, I have 3 things to highlight on the board report today. The first was from our self-assessment. I told you that I would keep you in the loop as far as our progress. We are in the correction phase of this self-assessment. All of our corrections are due January 15th of 2022. And I would like to thank our special education staff and service providers for their work throughout this process. We hosted our second developmental screener on December 1st. We had 5 students and their caregivers attend. We are already full for our January screener and looking at resources to open up a screening in February because we have a need in our community to do that. On December 3rd, we held a collaboration day. Our certified teaching staff participated in professional development that day. And the focus of that day was to support our work in Pillar 2 of our strategic plan, Nurturing the Whole Student. We had trainers from Responsive Classroom and Developmental Designs lead the trainings in all of our school buildings. The Responsive Classroom and Developmental Design approach brings everyday strategies and routine in the classroom for building relationships with our students, working on social skills, and establishing a safe learning community. I would like to recognize our educators for their work on this day. The trainers that came into our schools expressed great gratitude and shared their enthusiasm for the staff and the administrators in Lodi. I shared some feedback on the board report that was straight from our trainers. I also just wanted to give an additional recognition for our pupil service staff, Ann Kirschbaum, Grant Lemke, Sienna Callowert, Michaela Lee, and Bill Bilke for their leadership in this area. Some of their work is oftentimes done behind the scenes, but their expertise in this area is a huge resource for our students and our families and our community.
Okay, thank you. Lodi Primary School.
Just wanted to highlight our winter concert. The 4K that we had just last week was a huge success, and then this Friday is our concert for kindergarten and 1st and 2nd grade. And so thank you to Mrs. Weber for all of her work trying to get everything all ready and organized for that. The other area I want to highlight is just the work we're continuing to do with Jan Richardson. She had come and done some training at our school this summer and then this fall, and just really proud of the teachers and all the work that they're doing to just implement her guided reading as well as alphabet tracing, just some of those fundamental skills for our students. So those are my 2 main highlights.
And switch the screen. And the Lodi Elementary School.
The biggest highlight that I would say, or the 2 biggest highlights would be that, like Amy said, Friday afternoon, the stage was full of risers with kids for the first time in 2 years at our school, having a music program. made possible by the hard work of Lexine specifically, because we had a music teacher transition not long before our music program. So Lexine jumped over thanks to her awesomeness and Amy's support too. We got subs over there so Lexine could come and finish off the program preparation with the LES students. So that was greatly appreciated by everybody involved. And then the second piece I would highlight was the SEL self-assessment done by kids. So you will see pieces of that self-assessment that will be part of the scorecard. They don't match perfectly because when we did these highlights, the scorecard details weren't exactly available, but we now also have 2 years of data for that. So looking forward to utilizing that data to broadcast, but also to make instructional changes.
Okay, thank you. Lodi Middle School.
The first thing I want to do is welcome Tara Carroll to our staff. So Tara's going to join our staff as an educational assistant. Tara brings a background that includes caregiving for elderly and resides in Baraboo. So we're excited to welcome her to our staff. Student of the month for October, we recognize students that give effort in the classroom and just on a daily basis. So it's fun to celebrate the effort of those students. Adria had mentioned the collaboration day from Friday, December 3rd, so I won't go into that. But I do want to recognize Paula Town and Jenna Kramer for organizing Tween Read Week for our students at the Lodi Middle School. So at the beginning of the day, we have a class we call WIN. And really, if I was to describe WIN, it's working on really heavy literacy work. It's a really intense class for students and staff needed a break, and they organized what they call Tween Read Week. And what they have there is a week of really just fun ways for us to celebrate reading, and my highlight for me personally was Dress Up as Your Favorite Character Day. That was my favorite day to see all the kids running around as Harry Potter and all the other characters and books, and I provided plenty of photos for those. I also want to highlight our 6th grade team because they helped our students celebrate Veterans Day. They had special guest speakers that were veterans, and I want to recognize Neil Bishop, Larry Johnson, Savage Clark, Cliff Roberts, and Charlie Panosian for spending the morning sharing their stories, answering student questions, and for their service for our country. And I was also in a part of these presentations, and it's just fantastic for the kids. And what else? We also had a candy drive, so we had Michelle Howe organized a candy drive for our students. Students brought in their candy, and Lodi Valley Dental donated $1 per pound of candy to Reach Out Lodi, and we brought in 181 pounds of candy. You can see the picture of all the students holding the candy, which is fantastic. And this candy was actually sent to our troops, so for a great cause, and saved some teeth, and a great donation. And that's all for my report.
High school.
So first of all, if you take a look at the school report card, yes, we did really well at the high school, significantly exceeding expectations, and you see the charts that I added to the report showing a comparison between Capital Conference schools, but also area schools. I attest this to our staff, our students, and our families making education a major priority, but also like systematic changes that have taken place over the last 10 years. When Vince was the principal and Derek was in our math department, lots of things that they have done over the years. And then also on the bottom, the consistency of staying and exceeds expectations, and then finally reaching the significantly exceeds expectations this year. So you can see that comparison over the years as well. I thought Nick brought up a great point in saying that the success of our students cannot just be gauged based on one data point, and that I think it's interesting in all of the admin reports, it shows all of these other successes that have nothing to do with testing, which I think is really important. And if you would look through the rest of my admin report, you'd see lots of examples of that, and I want to just highlight a couple. We had our high school musical, and it was a great success. Hopefully you had an opportunity to come and enjoy that. There were 4 performances that were held. 1,339 tickets were sold. We had an online ticket system that worked really well. Tickets were a little bit more expensive compared to previous years, but it was because of that online ticket system. But a lot of good feedback about it, working really well. And then there's a list of thank yous for everybody that was involved, especially Erica Bardwell, director and choreographer. And then Ashley can attest, there were a lot more challenges this year. Absolutely. And then I wanted to thank Gene Winter, Christo Kurtz, Mo Palmer, and Mr. Brian here for the planning and execution of our rapid testing clinic that we used in order to have our actors and actresses up on the stage without masks. I thought the performances with masks were great, and then I came and watched them without masks, and it was really nice to be able to see who was talking and who was singing. So they did an amazing job. A special thank you to ETC for also allowing the high school to use the state-of-art lighting equipment. A couple other highlights, Lodi Fabrication Lab store is opening up, and I gave you some of the examples of some of the items that they are creating, and it's all created by our students with the advisement of Mr. Licht, who is an awesome teacher in our school. Adria did mention something about our development, designs, professional development, and I wanted to thank Adria for organizing that, and we had an awesome trainer. Her name was Jocelyn Lipinski. She works in the Madison School District, and it really gave our teachers an opportunity not just to learn some strategies that they can use with their students, but it also brought our staff together really for the first time. And it was really nice to see some of the camaraderie during that. I wanted to appreciate some of the district parents that are walking around with a coffee and treat cart every so often in our school. It is a huge surprise for our teachers when they show up at their door and offer them coffee and treats. I really appreciate that. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention, there's going to be a new feature in the Blue Devil Bulletin that's going to feature our staff, and it's going to show pictures of them with their families, but also asking them the question, if I wasn't in education. And they're going to have the opportunity to say, you know what, Jason Marshall, if he wasn't an associate principal, he would have been a pilot. Right, Mr. Marshall? There you go. So we'll feature maybe 5 or 6 staff members for every bulletin. And that is it at the high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Curriculum.
So I've got a number of things in here, but I'm just going to highlight 2 things really quick. I want to say a big thank you to Michelle Howe. You're going to see she was awarded the Sauk Prairie Healthcare Foundation grant, $2,500, and using that to purchase the Flex Farm hydroponic tower garden for the middle school, which will be, an additional, just an addition to the ag department and the science department and the life skills class. We'll all be using that, and I hope to get over there and grab a little salad for my lunch sometime too. So take a look at that picture. It looks really fun for the kids to explore using that device, and I believe she's working on getting that ordered soon. Yes, we did check with Neil, and it meets all stipulations, so we're good there. So again, huge thank you to Michelle Howe, and I know she's going to be trying to get you guys some information and some pictures and things relative to that. And the other thing I just wanted to say is a big thank you to Evan Newmeyer. She's been putting together these substitute baskets that are around the district in each building, just a welcome and thank you to our substitutes so they can pop in the office, get a water, get a snack, a thank you in there, get some candy, and I think she's on her second round of updating those baskets. So substitutes are so incredibly important in the district now more than ever, and just a huge thank you to our substitutes.
Okay, thank you. There is no LCAT, and then Ashley.
Sure. So we have our finals coming up in January. We usually do, Crew does a cocoa and cram, so it's like kind of a tutoring session where students can come and have some hot cocoa, get some help if they would like. Tonight we held, before this, the cookie baking workshop where we taught 4th graders about fire safety in the kitchen and all the ingredients and how they're made and what goes into cookies. It was really cute. They got frosting everywhere. And then coming up on December 15th, our FFA chapter is holding a blood drive. It's completely full already, so we're really excited about that. And then our winter concert is tomorrow. So we're all really thrilled to sing in front of people again. And we wanted you guys to know that the students are really enjoying our lockers, not lugging around winter jackets. And also, we have a giving tree in our commons right now that the FFA has started. And that's a really big success. We have a pile of gifts we're going to donate to Reach Out Lodi. So that'll end this week, and we're really excited about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
District Administrator report.
Yeah, first of all, thank you all for being here and making it through this meeting, right? It's a long one, so thank all our administrators and actually the full day of school and administrators have full day of school and are here. I just had a few things. One, I attended the School Leaders Advancing Technology and Education, the SLATE conference in Wisconsin Dells this past week. One of the reasons I attended it with Tyler Potter is I'm on the planning board for the SLATE conference, so initially I wasn't going to go, and then I'm like, oh, I have a meeting. But it was really good, and one of the things that Julie's been talking to me a lot about is cybersecurity, and that was a really big piece of what we talked about. As I was sitting behind Tyler in one of the sessions, or he was sitting behind me, and the person from Hudson was saying, well, the hardest part is getting your district administrator on board. And I lean back to Tyler and go, isn't that true? But we've been doing a lot of great things, but it was really, to sit and listen to Janesville with their presentation, and Tyler was there as well, listening to them, what all has happened to them since their ransomware attack that has taken out their entire network.
Yes.
And they're rebuilding it step by step, and all the pieces that it's taken, and makes it feel really easy to do all the little bits of training that we are doing to try to protect, and there's other steps we will be absolutely taking. Thanks to Tyler for all his work and the whole tech department, all the work they're doing, but it was really good to go. I did share an email out to staff this week, and I just wanted the community to know it's been a long year for staff and students and everything. We're all tired, right? There's COVID, and masks, and everything else that's going on in the world. I want people to have a break. So when the holidays come around, so I let staff know that I am not expecting that they be checking their emails over the holidays. That once that they put on an automatic responder as of the end of the night or after school, December 23rd, that they're not checking their email again until they come back to school on January 1st. Just want to give them the permission to do that. Hopefully it did help them get away just a little bit and refresh and relax a little bit. So wanted to make sure that the board and the community was well aware of that. Wanted to thank Maureen and Jean for all their work and every other volunteer for putting together a vaccine clinic. We couldn't have done it without their organizational skills, putting that together for our 5 to 11-year-old, and the booster shots for people, and then also the volunteers together from the community to make that happen. And Jean, and also pushing the testing site that we have here at the high school. And talking to other schools, our testing site runs much better than most places. And part of that is because of us pushing really early and often. And we did have a little gap there, but we also recruited some people who are local to try to fill that gap. It's just such a great opportunity for our community, but not all schools have that. Even though we have the testing sites, it's not that way everywhere. So again, part of that, a lot of that falls on Jean and her pushing for that. We just really appreciate that and all the hard work that she's done, and Nisha and ourselves for our contractors and everything else.
So it doesn't cost us any money for the testing site. It does cost us labor to get it set up and going. And
it costs us labor to get it set up. It costs us just making sure that it's running. And we've had like Jean has said, in a couple different days. And then I finally just said, you can't. There's no way, restrictions are too far. We have to close it for a couple days. But it is just, it's such a meeting for our community to be able to, because it's hard. I just had this conversation with my spouse today, but why is it not easier to find testing, right? Between 9 and 12, let's go to school. Okay, now where do I go?
Right.
It should be easy. So we try to make it easier, as easy as possible.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
And I already said this, but I really want to thank everyone who was involved with the referendum planning, not board members, but the administration and on and on and on, the workers and stuff. It's a huge thing to put together a referendum, and it's happening again. And then that strategic planning, I already mentioned that I know a huge amount of work behind that, and I wanted to say thank you for that. And lastly, Shelley Pear, thank you, if you're out there somewhere, for jumping in, and Erica Bardwell, thank you for jumping in. We really needed you, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing for us. Reports from CISA 5.
We did not meet since the last meeting.
That's easy. Co-curricular items.
The wrestling team wrapped up a long day at Sun Prairie on Saturday with an overall second place finish. 3 Lodi wrestlers took home individual championships, and 12 wrestlers finished in the top 7 for their weight class. The wrestling team plays host to Middleton for Laverne Ziegler Night at Lodi High School this Thursday at 5:30. The boys basketball team is off to a 4-1 start with wins over Wisconsin Heights, Cashton, Edgerton, and New Glarus. And when I look at Edgerton, didn't we go down to Edgerton and lose twice in regionals in the last couple? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That rips a Band-Aid. That was my kid.
The boys' next game is Friday at Lakeside Lutheran. The next chance to catch the boys' basketball team at home is Thursday, December 23rd versus Stoke. The boys are under the direction of a new head coach, Ben Lythico. And after all of these years, I can finally pronounce his name. The girls' basketball team started the season 1-5, earning their first victory in a 57-56 win over Marshall. The girls' basketball team starts a 3-game homestand tonight versus Westfield, with additional home games on Friday, December 17th versus Columbus, and Tuesday, December 21st versus Portage. The girls are under the direction of new head coach Nathan Mortar. The Norski Co-op hockey team is 1-2-1 on the season, picking up their first win this past Saturday at Monona Grove, or versus Monona Grove. The hockey team will take the ice at home tomorrow night versus Aquinas at the Ice Pond in Wanakee, and again on Saturday versus Beaver Dam. Girls are hockey co-op. One high school student is participating in the student co-op girls hockey team. Home events are played at the Mant Hockey Arena in Stoughton. The next home game is tonight versus Beloit Fury. Mock trial team competed in their first in-person competition in 22 months on December 6th at Wanakee Scrimmage. The mock trial team travels to Beaver Dam tonight for another scrimmage. Their first competition is on January 15th at the Lodi Tournament. Thank you.
OSC.
We are continuing to talk about our strategic planning that we're doing, that the districts did, as well as roles and responsibilities and some evaluation tools. And the kids presented their first quarter projects last week.
So you did project night, or you're doing?
Not a project night, they just did it during the day.
Day, okay.
So they just did an all-day thing.
Right.
But not project, that's not till March or February.
March, okay. Because I was like, they're going to come back, right? They're going to do those again.
The big project night is still in the spring.
Those are a big thing. Okay. Board reports, contract review.
We pretty much covered everything. We had a short meeting. We did have a really, good attendance in our listening session prior to that, and it sounds like there's been very few people attending all of the listening sessions we've had so far, so that was really good. That was actually, we spent much more time doing that than our meeting. Our agenda was pretty short.
Good. I don't know about the rest of you, but the listening sessions I would like to do every year. Me personally.
I think we should just keep doing them.
Or just keep doing them.
Yeah, like continually. I
Right.
think it's great to have the committee meetings outside. We got a tour of the whole school.
Yeah.
Curriculum, you want to take it?
Sure, I will do my best. I did not bring a pen that day to write down. Next time I will be much more prepared. So I am the new chair of the curriculum committee, and we had Michelle Howe come in and present to us and speak on a lot of what she's doing. The biggest thing I took away is that she misses her 4 minutes a day of
science, which is great because it shows her passion in her area that she teaches. We also had Paula Tunn, correct, at that one? Yep. And she spoke on selection of books and her, I guess, her pedigree really of how she got to that position. And we as well had a listening session. I was unfortunately late tonight because I had to work. But I think we got some good stuff out of that one because we talked about like the quadrants and the teachers really spoke up and we were able to eliminate that and help them right off the bat. I feel like they were able to speak and then, you know, there's action that came from it. So anything I'm missing?
Fire and health.
Oh, yes, they did. I remember. And she was very excited because do they have a plan that they're all doing? Well, why was she?
Well, they're all working together, so they're all,
Yeah.
they have new staff members, so they have a
That's
new
right.
staff member at the primary school and a newer staff member at the elementary at West Sea, so really excited about the energy that they've brought to their department.
Yeah, so that was Michelle Poles, and yes, very, very excited.
And then we also talked, we covered new course proposals. We had a long agenda that night. Yes.
Yes.
New course proposals and report cards, which Nick talked about tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
Facility and finance.
We met on December 9th. We had the mayor of the city of Lodi and the chief of police from the city of Lodi come and speak to us about the possibility of a Lodi school district resource officer. And then we also spent a lot of time on talking about the referendum. And that was about it.
And it was a long meeting.
It was a long meeting.
With those two things. Policy.
Everything that the policy committee worked on was brought to the board tonight. The only thing that I'm a little confused about is why didn't policy 187, since it was worked on twice, go to a second reading tonight?
Because the board, the last time we met, the board, and the direction from the board was to take it back to the policy committee and bring it back for a first read. That was the direction this board gave to the policy committee.
Okay, and knowing that some changes or adjustments people are interested in some changes, the next time we address it, we'll...
Second read next time.
Thank you.
Future meeting and agenda items. So they're all listed there. The notice the policy committee was rescheduled for the state convention, so was the curriculum training. We had those already down, they got changed. And then we're done. So somebody want to adjourn?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion by Terry and a second by Julie. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? 7-0, we are now adjourned. Aye.